morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the summit stage. We are ready for our next session of the day, and we are waiting for the alert. So maybe now you're actually experiencing what's happening on National Warning Day in Germany. So you get an alert on your device. No panic, nothing is happening. Just turn it off. All right. That was an exciting start, right? So I didn't want to be impolite by stepping on stage with the smartphone, but it makes sense just to show you how it works, how to turn it off. All right, so I can hear the A-team is also here, so we don't have to worry about anything. And we can announce our next speaker. So let's talk about interiors of the future and in how far cutting-edge material science is making every ride more comfortable, safer, and even more fun. So let's find out more and welcome our next guest. He's Segment Marketing Manager at 3M. Please welcome Darren Lansley.
Hey, good morning all. My name is Darren Lansley, so I'm Global Segment Marketing Leader at 3M, and I work out of the UK office. I'm responsible for automotive interiors, and I have 18 years' experience working in sales and marketing roles in the mobility markets. Today, I want to share with you what I hope will be an interesting story about how 3M innovate and how this intersects with passenger experience. The way we interact with a vehicle, we all know, is changing and will continue to change into the future. Interiors are changing from a focus on function to a focus on experience. The average person spends, believe it or not, 4 to 5 years of their lives in a car, hence it is becoming widely known as your second living room, second office, or even second bedroom. And we've seen many cool examples of that in the new cars on show today at IAA. So, interestingly as well, recent studies are suggesting that sound refinement, which is the focus of my presentation today, can have a greater impact on perceived quality than other features like design, brand, or even technology. Each generation of vehicle is getting quieter than the last. Innovation in materials, design, and technology have contributed to this ongoing improvement. As you can see from the graph, we have triangulated various data sources and can show that on average, for an average vehicle at 70 miles per hour, a 5 decibel loss in interior noise over the last, since 1985. Our hypothesis is that with the EV transition, and the quick advances in autonomous driving, that this will accelerate to over double that rate over the next 20 years, and customer expectations will really start to grow in this area. Switching gears a little bit, I wanted to talk to you about how 3M innovate. 3M is a material science company with 62,000 employees, over 200 locations, and 135,000 patents in our history. We invest over $1 billion a year back into our R&D budget, and the automotive market is one of our key verticals. .3M has 49 technology platforms that we are able to combine and apply in unique ways to bring innovation across the various markets that we serve. For the NVH portfolio, we draw upon 2 key technology platforms, nonwovens and acoustic management. On the next slide, I will show you how the nonwoven business technology has been used across various businesses within 3M. This is a very busy chart, and the idea is that you do not follow it, but it shows you how nonwoven technology has evolved over the past 85 years to produce some very cool and a broad range of products and market-leading technologies that 3M has launched around the world. This includes Scotch-Brite cleaning products, diaper fastening tapes, or nappy tapes as we call them in the UK, first aid dressings, face masks and respirators, home air filters, and fire barriers, amongst many others. But more crucial to this story was the change that happened in 1990, when a material known as Thinsulate that's used in your hats, in gloves, and in ski wear moved into the automotive industry and was used as a novel, super lightweight, and at the time, patent-protected sound insulation material. So we moved it from trapping heat in garments in 1980 over to the automotive industry in 1990. In this space, we were competing with some very dense recycled products, a category called shoddy, made from recycled cotton from the garment industry. The most effective sound-absorbing materials have very fine fibers with a huge surface area. Fun fact for you all, 800 grams of Thinsulate, about the weight of a large loaf of bread, if you put the fibers end to end, would span once around the Earth's circumference. And this is probably equivalent to about 2.5 meters of area. So in a vehicle, you could imagine that you've got enough fibers, if it's all Thinsulate content, to go once around the world. Hence, the rest is history. So we picked up some business with some major OEMs very quickly, and now Thinsulate is used in nearly every single vehicle platform globally. And we have 10 global manufacturing locations, so a footprint to serve all OEMs around the world. Through the years, we have evolved the family, focusing on how we can improve the performance and entering into new applications. Including last year, or actually in 2023, there are now versions of Thinsulate in Europe with up to 38% recycled content, which we'll be looking to expand around the world. However, as time has gone on, designs change, and customers have constantly been struggling with package space. And they've been feeding back to 3M that Thinsulate is too thick and they need a thinner product. Taking thickness out of Thinsulate was not necessarily feasible to continue meeting the customer specifications in terms of the performance and other key characteristics in their specifications. So our designers had to look at this challenge more holistically. This led to the development of 3M Flexile acoustic material. 3M Flexile material creates a new category in the MVH market. It's a two-in-one product that combines barrier properties with the traditional absorbers. The key to the Flexile acoustic material in being able to mitigate the mid-frequency kind of sound in the cabin is the addition of acoustic particles. So as you can see, the non-woven technology that we've used across many of those different platforms, we added these acoustic particles, and this increased the surface area, again, by 250 times. Hence, we're now able to use this to mitigate mid-frequencies that have previously only been tackled by barriers which reflect the sound. This product launch has been supported by two major trends in the industry. So you can see there from the picture, electric vehicles are typically 20 decibels quieter than ICE vehicles. So this broad kind of monotone sound that you get from an ICE engine, without that, you're exposing a lot of different irritating, well, sounds that humans find irritating, particularly whines from the gearbox, tire, and wind noise. So this is a new challenge that MVH engineers are having to face. Also, you can see on the right-hand side, this is the very common and important front of dash part. So this is the part that sits between the engine side and the cabin in a traditional vehicle, and it has a high importance to the overall sound package. you can see the amount of cutouts in these more modern front of dash parts. And our research has shown that if there's just 2.5% of the surface area cut away, it can have an up to 20% detrimental effect on the transmission loss, meaning that these the traditional heavyweight barrier products, which are very thick, are no longer performing the function they were first intended to do, even though in a lab environment they are able, because it doesn't account for all of these holes due to the technology in the vehicle. So we put flexile acoustic material to the test in this specific application. We used an external test house in Japan, and we were given a donor vehicle of a very popular model there, which we were able to build into the wall, as you can see in this buck test example. The sound transmission loss testing, we were able to prove a significant improvement in cabin quietness, and amazingly with 78% weight saving compared to these traditional, well, the existing product that was used on the vehicle. And that's 3.8 kilograms, so actually quite a meaningful saving in terms of the acoustic package. So you can see on the left-hand side there, the gray-looking product, that was the existing material on this vehicle. So it was a dual-layer shoddy material, so that material that we used, that we were talking about at the start, with a layer of EVA rubber, so a traditional barrier. And then you can see on the right-hand side is the same part made with flexile acoustic material. The green line is the performance of the flexile acoustic material. The dotted line was the existing part. So you can see it's across all of the frequency range that we were able to prove this performance. So what's next? Of course, at 3M, we never stop innovating. I don't have time to talk to you in this presentation about all the interesting new products on our roadmap. But you can see there, it's packed. We have new products on the horizon, including molded barrier parts, monomaterials, metamaterials, and even a version of Finsulate that has a 3D structure. Come to our stand, E10, just over there, to have a look at what's being designed next and to talk to our experts. We have an awful lot of other technologies on our stand as well, so please come over and take a look. As I near the end of my presentation, I just wanted to remind you that although 3M is known as a material science material supplier, we are also your partner. We are involved in the entire process and can support you with the design of the vehicle, the qualification of materials, and through the production. So if you have issues where you need SOP fixes, help with VAVE efforts, or if one of the other suppliers in the industry has fallen down and you need help to bring into a new solution, you can call on 3M for immediate assistance. With that said, I just wanted to say thank you so much for listening. I've kept a few minutes aside just in case if anyone's got any perspectives they'd like to share with me or any questions. But otherwise, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Darren. By the way.
Test. Fine. OK. So it's my time. I'm Tina from Gasco. I come from China. So it's my great honor to have this time to make a presentation. And my topic generally is about why China EV industry becomes so competitive in the last decade. So that's my topic. Before my presentation, I would like to invite you to see 2 small videos. That just happened in this April 19 in Beijing. The world's first humanoid robots half marathon. It's really funny. And it's happening in China right now. And why I put it at the beginning of my presentation, because it's really close to the EV industry. If you just happened to visit Xiaopeng booth, you will see that they are not only bringing the new P7 car model, there is also humanoid robots on their booth. It's very attractive. It's very funny, because we see that 65% of the EV supply chain actually, coincidentally, is overlapped with the robots industry. And this post is what happened in Zeekr factory in Hangzhou. Zeekr is a premier EV brand, belongs to Geely Group. It's far from perfect. I would like to say it's a show. It's far from perfect, but it's happening. So I think China EV actually evolved dramatically and everything new every day. And why? I think the basic key point of the success is about the foundation. So I'd like to spend several minutes to explain the ecosystem of the China intelligent EV industry. This is what happened from the government side. We have the dual carbon target. So you can see that the carbon peak by 2030 and the neutrality by 2060. So any EV industry actually get a strong support either from central government and local government. Besides the policy, we would like to see that strong capital plays a really important role. Massive VC PE funding into a lot of new startups. We can name that, like I just mentioned, Xiaopeng, Li Auto, New, CATL, right? CATL just founded in 2011. It's quite new, but it already listed #1 in the battery industry. And horizontal robotics, RoboSense, this chips company, this LiDAR company, they grow very fast. One of the key reasons is that there's a huge, massive funding into the EV industry. They also get a lot from the industrial capital. For example, a lot of OEM actually do a lot of investment in the key supply chain, and also from certain local government to boost their local economy. Another foundation is about the human resource. Last year, in 2024, in China, there is about 11.79 million graduates from university, and 60% are majored in STEM, S-T-E-M, which means that they are very quickly to get into the job, especially engineer. So in China, it's very easily to find experienced and very strong engineer pool, especially in EE, chemistry, software, and internet, which just play a really, really key function in the EV with intelligent driving. Another, I'd like to highlight the entrepreneurship. If you see the founder of this new startup from OEM or the tech company or the key supplier company, coincidentally, many of the founders, their backgrounds are from internet, from the ICT, or from the, I'd like to say, the high-tech industry. For example, the founder of Xiaomi, Mr. Lei Jun, he's a big idol in China right now. He used to do the smartphone, right? The TV, a lot of internet. And also the founder of Leap Motor, Mr. Zhu Jiangming, actually, he came back. He used to in the security hardware industry, very successful. And I also would like to highlight the innovation capability we have now. So since 2020, China PCT patent fillings listed #1 globally. if we see the number of last year, for example, the OEM NIO, actually they spend almost 20% on their R&D. It's pretty high. It's pretty high. And the strong supply chain, logistics, power, digital systems are also the foundation of the EV faster development. I would like to highlight the supply chain. You know, since 2010, China already listed #1 in manufacturing. So in China, you can easily find almost everything. You name it, you find a place to manufacture it, or you find a supplier to help you to manufacture it, even create it. So that's a supply chain database. And in 2017, China became #1 in trading. And China is the only country with a complete industry systems. And now this capability actually is moving from one industry to another industry. That's why at the very beginning I mentioned the humanoid industry. That's a new trend from EV capability, either the chips or the softwares or the manufacturing. They're moving very fast to the emerging industry, like the humanoid robotics. And the logistics, because ICE car usually have more than 30,000 spare parts, and for the EV, about 10,000. But it's all about spare parts. So logistics, really, really important. Now China has the world's largest highway and railway network, very efficient with very low cost. If you think of the Tesla actually have their super plant in Shanghai. It's a center of Yangtze River. So 98% of hardware was produced within 4 hours logistics circle. So it's very efficient for Tesla to organize all the manufacture, very, very efficient. And for EV development, it also needs very good infrastructure, right? Because the drivers always concerned about the range of the battery. How about if I drive in the highway, it's out of power? That would be a disaster. Now in China, last year, there was 9.5 million charges already, and more than 40% are supercharged. That means it only takes half an hour to charge your EV, and you can take extra 200 miles away. And 90% of the highway services area already equipped with chargers. That's why I think EV develops so fast. One key reason is of the charging infrastructure is really, really advanced. Of course, digital plays also a key role. Now the 5G and V2X is really strong. And there is about 1.2 billion Chinese citizens are connected to the internet. So in China, you can travel around anywhere just with one mobile phone. You can solve almost every problem. That's why I mentioned Xiaomi and also Huawei. They are giants in the smartphone field. Now they also become very key player in the EV, because more and more younger generation will treat the EV as a mobile device on wheels. That's very, very smooth transfer to the new field. Now let's go in depth to see what's happening in China intelligent EV industry. I would highlight several key features to let you know quickly about what's happening right now. This is a journey. If you're looking back in the past 25 years, that's what happened in China about the automotive industry. We do have a golden area in the past, let's say from 2001 to the 2017, because the domestic market growing very fast. And then at that time, we see that Volkswagen, BMW, Benz, they also did a very good job, fantastic job in China. But since changed 2020, because at that point, I would like to say in China, the automotive industry changed dramatically, mainly because of the electrification and the intelligent driving. So from that point, you can see that the China domestic market still keep growing very slowly. But it's so dynamic that you will see that market share actually quite different. Based on the latest data, you can see that China local brand actually take nearly 68% of the market share. That's pretty high. Because if we look at the Japanese, Japan is almost 71%. If you look at South Korea, it's 90%. That's why from this IEE, I counted a lot of attendees. There's about 23 OEMs in total, and 11 come from China. Because it's a very good opportunity for them to go outside. And from the market feature one, I would like to see that because of a huge domestic demand, we do have a lot of different new car models. Here is some figures. You can see that. In 2024, in China domestic market is about 22.9 million. In United States, 16 million. In Europe, nearly 13 million. And India, 4.9 million. Japan, 4.1. So the huge domestic demand that offer a large space for the traditional OEM to do their transformation to the EV. And also, it creates a lot of opportunity to the new startup companies like Xiaopeng, Leap Motor, to try their new business models. And this is a car, very typical in China. It's quite different from the mini EV. The price I would like to highlight is about 4,300, a mini EV. And to the high-performance car, and also the electric MPVs, also the 6, 7 seats large SUVs, quite popular. So we have a very, very wide supply on the market. And the feature two is about the younger generation, the younger consumers. I would like to see that in China, the young generation, they are very, very open to all the new technology, fancy things, the smart cockpit, voice control. Because to buy a house in China is really expensive. But if you buy a mobile car, you can decorate like a mobile home. That's why we see a lot of big SUV, like Li Auto. They put a TV in the car. They put a bed in the car. So you can take a nap, after lunch. And even you travel around, some people prefer to stay night at the car instead of stay in the hotel. That's quite different. So we see the product demand reference are the digital lifestyle, not just a mechanical vehicle transportation tool. Those days are gone forever in China. And the market feature three is about the high cluster. So, I just mentioned Tesla in Shanghai. It's in the Yangtze River. And in North China, South China, Central West, it also have a very gathering of the OEM and the supply chain. And most of them have both the ICE as well as the NEV. So it's really easy for OEM to start up to build a car in China and organize all the supply chain factors. That's why it's so efficient and growing very fast. And feature fourth, I have to say, is face competition. It's face competition and a very, very cost efficiency and the tech innovation dominance. Based on Gasgoo's Institute data, currently there's about more than 80 OEMs to make the car, and more than 120 different brands. I would have Geely as an example, because Geely has Volvo, Polestar, Zeekr, Lincoln, Geely, about 12 different brands just in one Geely group. And every year, there is about 170 totally new models launched in the China market. So just imagine of that, it's really face competition. And I would like to see an update very, very faster. If we compare the traditional OEM SE model from very start to the SOP, usually it will take about 40 months. But if you see a China EV startups from the very beginning to the SOP, normally it takes 20 months or even less. I would like to say 16 months is an average. So you can see the speed. And last year, there was a name of Zika. They update their new model 3 times a year. That's too much, right? But it shows the ability to update all the time. This is market feature 5 because of so many competitors, so many OEMs. So if you look at the private OEMs, they're growing very fast because of flexible decision process and abundance resource. For example, the BYD already listed top 1, not only in China, but in global, in the NEV sector. And also Chery, Geely, Chang'an, FAW, Volkswagen. But 4 years ago, 5 years ago, you will see JV, like the FAW, Volkswagen, SAC Volkswagen, SAC GM, they listed top 3. Now the situation is totally different. So you would see that one is a JV, now they are facing big challenge. But I think they move very faster with their cooperation with some China supply chain, the key suppliers. I would take a quick case study. So let's see, going dive in the BYD. BYD has 4 brand segments from the massive market brands, Dynasty and Ocean. I think Dolphin is quite popular here. They also have a premium car with a Yangwang. It's more than, it's pretty expensive, I would like to say. It's pretty expensive. And BYD is also famous for their vertical capability in the supply chain. They can do almost every spare parts besides glass and the tile as wiper. Other things, they can do it by themselves. They're very vertical, so they can have very strict control on the cost and on the efficiency at speed. This is another case about Huawei. I noticed that Ito, one of the joint brands with Huawei and Series, attend IAA this year. So you can see that Huawei used to be a great giant. Now it still is in the ICT, smartphone, TV, a lot of sectors. But now in China, Huawei also a big player in automotive industry, especially EV. So they have set up multiple model auto business. For example, they have a Harmonia Intelligent Mobility Alliance to build a joint venture with different OEM. So they can do almost everything from the product design to the dealers of selling their car and after sales. And they also have a new tech company, Mr. Yang Wang.
for staying, even though I know it's getting close to lunchtime. I hope you'll stick with us because we do have more to share with you here on the main stage. If you haven't done so yet, please consider sharing your feedback with us. It really helps us make the stage as relevant and compelling for you as possible. We have this QR code where you can rate the session, tell us what worked for you, tell us what you would love to see in the future. We would really appreciate getting your thoughts as we build our future programs. So, we're going to do a little bit of stage management over here. And while we wait, should we get to know each other? Is anybody here sitting in the main stage audience for the first time? You've all been here before. Are you wishing that you weren't here? Some of you are busy. I understand. OK, does anybody here work for AWS? Yes, AWS, a sponsor, shout out. Thank you for sitting in the first row, and thank you for your sponsorship here on the main stage. We're really grateful to you, and we're really excited about our next series of keynotes. They're about driving the future, how disruption, talent, and partnership shape tomorrow's mobility. We have a series of keynotes, and the first one will be led by a team. This is going to be Karen Langona, Global Head of Partner Sales, Auto and Manufacturing at AWS, and Laurence Noel, EVP and Head of Automotive at Capgemini. Please give them a warm welcome here to the main stage.
Is good for you? Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Laurence Noel, and I'm leading the global automotive practice at Capgemini. We are at a pivotal moment in the industry when mobility is being redefined by technology, collaboration, and sustainability. Hello, everyone. My name is Karen Langona, and I lead Global Partner Sales for the automotive vertical at AWS. And today we spend some time talking about the automotive industry transformation that is undergoing, and likely we have seen this before. And we are not just talking about the transformation from a vehicle hardware perspective, but how we really interact with the vehicles, how we interact with each other, and how we interact with the world around us. Today, we want to share some insights on the power of partnership, how important collaboration is for the success and progress of this transformation, and the exciting future that we have ahead of us. So the automotive industry has always been built on innovation, has been even at the forefront of innovation, but today, so with competition, increased competition and higher expectations, but also with more technological responsibilities thanks to digital, there is a tremendous acceleration in the pace of innovation and time to market. At Capgemini, we believe that acceleration is driven by collaboration from ecosystem, where we are bringing leaders together on joining force, bringing the depth of their expertise, and this is why AWS and Capgemini are partnering. Very good, Laurence. And the collaboration is really powerful. We do see the benefits of collaboration every day through our developer community, through our customers, and the AWS partner network. And when people come together, they build together, they experiment together, extraordinary things can happen. So automotive companies can really unlock more value or deep value by collaborating with their customers and their partners more deeply. So they will be able to turn feedback into actionable items, and they will be able to create a new generation of vehicles with much richer experiences. So at Capgemini, we are convinced that strategic collaboration agreements are key to create the condition to pool knowledge and expertise together. And they will provide the necessary processes and framework to accelerate and scale efficiently for much more than if we were all doing it alone. On that note, one of the key areas where collaboration is absolutely paramount is software. Software is without any doubt the key topic for all automotive players, and this is confirmed by the key findings of our latest report, the software-driven mobility era beyond vehicles. To underline this, 87% of the respondents agree to say that software will be the single source of competitive advantage in the coming 5 years. So becoming a software company is a huge undertaking for most of the automotive company, and as the report reveals, progress could be faster. At Capgemini, we are actively supporting and helping our clients to becoming software company, from building toolchain to using virtualization to accelerate the development and testing of autonomous driving features, and much more. And of course, AWS technology is a key component of these services.
Yeah, and on that token, what I would like to say is AWS services, they do provide a rich environment for our automotive companies and to develop from advanced driver assistive systems to intelligent infotainment systems, predictive maintenance. These are all very central to modern vehicle, where software does play a key role. So at AWS, using our cloud services, as automotive companies or suppliers, they can accelerate their digital transformation and bring new features and enhance the safety to market. One example is they can count on AWS services to accelerate software development for electronic control units, also known as ECUs. When they have the possibility to run the same source code that they develop for the vehicle on the cloud, they're creating what we call virtual ECU. In that environment, that virtualized environment, they can run and rerun tests, and they can really enhance the code of the quality and give access to that same tech stack to teams that are spread around the globe. So you enhance collaboration, you accelerate time to market through the use of virtualization. So this is the power of collaboration from a technology, industry, and developers perspective.
So thank you, Karen. These are great examples on how AWS technology is being deployed to transform key aspects of the mobility experiences. When we combine this with Capgemini great automotive experience and global capabilities on software engineering, on system integration, and on digital transformation, we are better fitted to accelerate the transformation journey of our clients. And while delivering software-driven vehicle is, without any doubt, a critical step, it's also important to consider that beyond this, there is as well a transformation of the skills and the culture of the companies. And it's much more than just a technology shift. It's embracing software requires new processes, new skills, new processes, new way of working, new approach, and it is a shift in the mindset from physical product to customer-focused mobility experiences. And this whole process is what we at Capgemini call the software-driven mobility. It's not a journey that automotive players should take alone, and this is why engaging into partnership and collaboration is so important. And I'm happy that together with AWS, we are teaming up to make this journey faster and easier for our clients.
Yes. So let's talk about one of our clients here.
So now, if we want to shift gear and give you some real example, concrete example of what strategic collaboration means to accelerate transformation and innovation. XL2. XL2 is a joint venture between Audi and Capgemini, maybe we should say Capgemini, here embodying the spirit of partnership and innovation. XL2 brings together the best of the two worlds, leveraging cloud-native development and agile methodology to transform Audi's IT landscape from the shop floor to enterprise functions. And by modernizing and optimizing core system, XL2 is helping Audi to accelerate its digital journey, enabling smarter manufacturing and enhance customer engagement, and help also to faster the deployment of new services.
And AWS is also very happy to support XL2's innovation initiatives on their digital journey, being able to enable, as Laurent said, their smart manufacturing. Audi is setting a benchmark for innovation in the automotive industry, using AWS to help harness the power of data, AI, and cloud infrastructure and machine learning. So this all together, the collaboration, the industry, the technology, translates into much smarter vehicles and with connected and intelligent experiences to drivers and passengers.
Another great example is what we are doing with Audi Sport on software-driven manufacturing. Together, we are digitizing the production lines, implementing predictive maintenance and resilience over the supply chain. By connecting systems across the plants and across the world, we enable Audi to respond quickly to market change and efficiently, empowering them, also their team, to innovate.
And it goes beyond manufacturing again. So AWS is also very proud to have partnered with Audi on their digital transformation to influence the customer experience. So here is the story. Audi's online car configurator. It's a key touch point for customers buying for new cars and for dealers. The car configurator backend used to run on-premise and as a monolithic application. Audi wanted to modernize. Audi also wanted to be able to address the variation on the demand and avoid over-subscribing resources. Audi transformed the backend and moved to the AWS cloud. That backend became much more responsive, able to respond to, as I said, the variation of the demand, but also addressing the issue of latency. Now the backend runs closer to dealers and customers by taking advantage of the AWS global regional data center footprint. So here is a real example where the migration has also cut compute costs for Audi by reducing these costs in more than 60% by running on the cloud on a much faster and reliable configuration to the customers and to the dealers who are users of the car configurator.
So thank you, Karen. I think that was really, really great example here. So, our strong belief also is when you partner, you need to have the same beliefs somehow. So our strong belief is innovation and sustainability go hand in hand. Capgemini and AWS both committed to reducing carbon footprint and reimagining mobility to a more sustainable world. At Capgemini, we are active in key areas from eco-design to battery engineering and battery manufacturing to resilient and sustainable supply chain to smart manufacturing. Digital and cloud technology have a key role to play in bringing our solution to life and ensuring our clients the benefit of scalable and evolutive solutions.
We also provide the use of generative AI, agentic AI, to help automakers and suppliers to drive efficiency and innovation throughout the value chain. From design to delivery, you do see those pieces of technology influencing. These technologies, they do help, again, automakers and suppliers to anticipate trends, to be able to optimize operations, which is very important to reduce costs, and to adapt to changing customer needs.
So as we look forward, our partnership with AWS and the broader automotive landscape will continue to push boundaries, delivering mobility solutions and systems that helps automotive companies improve safety, sustainability, and customer experience.
Yes, Laurence, I agree. The future of the industry is really bright and together, meaning with the industry, technology, and strong collaboration, we can really build something truly amazing.
And in this very dynamic context and environment for the automotive industry, mobility players need to build and maintain strong ecosystems to drive growth and to be future-proof. So we look forward to shaping the future of mobility together and to bring the best of technology and help our clients and support them in their transformation journey. On that note, we are pleased to introduce Alex Müller from Audi Sport and Felix Spitznagel from XL2. They're going to take us through their journey and how partnership helps them to drive the future of mobility and work together.
We'll be back.
Thank you, Karen and Laurence, for highlighting some of the most important and exciting ways collaboration is shaping the future of mobility. And thank you also for inviting us to be here today and sharing the IAA experience with you. As we can see, collaboration and the ability to leverage the latest technology is key to progress on key topics like software-defined vehicles, autonomous mobility, and cloud software. And while these topics understandably dominate the headlines, it is also important to recognize that all aspects of the automotive value chain are constantly undergoing a large-scale transformation. And this is exactly what we at XL2 are committed to. And I'll tell you a little bit about what we at XL2 are doing and how about we, together with our partners from Audi and other Volkswagen Group brands, and also with our technology partners like AWS and the community in Heilbronn, are accelerating the transformation in key areas of the automotive value chain. My name is Felix Spitznagel, and I'm leading the XL2 joint venture for 5 years now. And in fact, I was the very first employee. I have a professional background working for over 20 years for Bavarian OEMs, mainly in the IT and SAP areas. So XL2 is a very special joint venture between the two global players, Audi and Capgemini. And it was formed back in 2019. Our goal is to provide Audi and the Volkswagen Group brands with the capabilities, talent, and scale they need to accelerate their digital transformation journeys. Over the last 5 years, we have grown quite a lot, and we have developed ourselves into a key player to enabling Audi and the Volkswagen Group to realize some of the many benefits digitalization offers. We are doing this by providing a fresh approach to digitalization, talent development, and harnessing the power of the ecosystem. And speaking of ecosystem, I'm very happy to have my colleagues, Alex Müller, here with me today, because he's a key member and plays a key role in the Heilbronn automotive and tech community.
Thank you, Felix. Hello, my name is Alex Müller. I'm responsible for logistics at Audi Sport. At Audi Sport, our mission is to strengthen the brand Audi emotionally. Firstly, through our high-performance vehicles, and secondly, by fulfilling the unique and bespoke wishes of our customers. So, if you are not quite satisfied with our 15 standard colors or the 11 interior trims in leather for the e-tron GT, then our exclusive division is happy to help you to fulfill your wishes. If you are curious about, you will find the colleagues at the open space at the Arco Palais. They said, oh, just make some recommendation for us and get all the guys to us so that they can experience what Audi Exclusive is doing. In addition to this, we also manufacture the Audi e-tron GT in our dedicated Böllingerhöfe production plant. And as it is a small-scale production, this requires a high level of agility, excellence, to bring our innovations and new small-scale products, such as special editions, to market quickly. Our site acts as well, and this is important. For this, we want to talk about mindset as a living lab. We call it our Reallabor, where we test and refine ideas in a dynamic environment and in a real environment. Such performance is only possible with the right mindset, and this is key for the presentation today, and a strong network of expertise. And that's why partners like XL2 are so important to us. They bring the know-how and the flexibility to drive innovation forward. Okay, Felix? So the world of automotive mobility is evolving rapidly. You know about this, and you hear here on the IAA, I think, at every booth. Beyond how vehicles are powered, it's the disruption of digitalization that is replacing our industry's shape. One key, and I have 4 for you, is the driver's working place, the cockpit, and the evolution of the customer's expectation. Today, you hear it everywhere. People expect their car to seamlessly connect with their digital lives, intuitive, personalized, effortless. And Audi has always put the user experience in front and center. Starting with the Prologue Avant concept for some years, began this journey. And if you have a look to the all-new Concept C, this defines the next level with the word of the Shy-Tech as well. And it's visible here in Munich at the IAA Open Space. And it's worth visiting it and to feel the idea in reality. So, next level, autonomous driving. The importance of in-car experience will only grow with autonomous driving. Audi started with the Grand Fierce concept, with first-class comfort, with the idea, and only with the combination of autonomous driving, this will be a game changer in the experience in the car, turning travel time into valuable personal time. And this is all based on the software-defined vehicle. Cars evolving from static hardware to dynamic, software-driven systems, and the principle is software first. This approach changes how cars are built, how they behave, and how customers will experience them. And the 4th pillar On top of this, AI accelerates everything, every process. From the design to production to back office, whether Gen AI, machine learning, or other technologies, AI is key to unlock the efficiency and innovation across the whole value chain. And to master this transformation, we need strong partners like XL2 who understand both technology and the automotive DNA. But technology is never enough. It's about people, the knowledge, and the will to innovate. That's why our approach is founded on these three pillars. The partnerships, combining all the sums of our strengths, the development of talent, and this is really key. The mindset, especially in Germany, will be key for the challenges in front of us. And this goal requires new effective approaches. And all of this is settled in an ecosystem where we have the advantage with the Heilbronn ecosystem, which is a strong ecosystem asset. We will talk about this ecosystem in detail later. Have now a closer look to our partnership with XL2.
So across the automotive industry, you see many examples of how partnerships are being used to accelerate all different areas of the automotive business areas. For example, Audi is linking up these days with Sauber in the Formula One business to build a new race car to enter into Formula One racing in the next season. Volkswagen, on the other hand, is engaging a partnership with Rivian in the US for car software. And on the other side of the globe, Volkswagen is partnering also with Horizon Robotics in China. Whatever the domain or area of the business, embracing partnership and collaboration is about pooling expertise, sharing investment burdens, accelerating progress, developing fresh perspectives, and gaining competitive advantage. And it's this recognition of the power and partnership and collaboration that drove the creation of XL2. What we at Audi could see back in 2019 was that there were many digital disruptions ongoing that were affecting and influencing the industry in a direction that we were not so completely sure about, but we also saw many opportunities in it. And it was very clear that the industry needed to change. Needed to change? No, and that was why we established XL2. So we primarily focus on, now I get lost, the production and logistics. I should know it because I'm leading the complete joint venture. But we are doing this in a very holistic way. So now I'm back on track. We develop custom software application with cloud-native capabilities. So we are doing this mainly with AWS. And we integrate the standard SAP software and processes in our highly complex landscape, IT landscapes of our customer at the Volkswagen Group. And on third pillar is that we combine all these data assets and create data lakes and leverage them with the use of AI. So, and of course, we scale wherever we can and wherever needed with and through our global network from our mother Capgemini, because the colleagues have so many expertise and so many specialists. It's a really great asset for us that we can leverage and scale through them. So on top, of course, we work very closely with our partners, technology leaders like AWS and SAP. And a great example of how we are deploying tech into production processes is with the use of AI and machine learning. And you see behind me one use case where we use the so-called ICV, which is industrial computer vision, where we detect in real time cracks and errors on parts in the production process. And with our trained algorithm, we can identify those anomalies much faster and with a much higher accuracy than compared to the human-based quality control before. So this reduces, in the end, of course, human error dramatically, and reduces also the efforts of rework in the production, and ensures the highest quality when parts are being produced and coming off from the assembly line.
Okay, this is a great example of our collaboration where we work really closely and on a trustful basis. Each partner brings in its strengths, enabling us to create an innovative solution fast with AI and digital processes.
And of course, technology is only one part of the solution. It requires talent and expertise to deploy it for the maximum for the business benefit. And on top, technology and the market are changing faster than ever. And skills you might need 2 years ago might not be relevant or so relevant these days anymore. And one of the key goals behind the creation of XL2, and it's still valid until today, was and is, that it is very important to find new ways to acquire those skills and get them on board in our workforce. So one approach you can do this is via conventional recruiting methods. So while this can be quite effective in a short term, it involves often very costly and cost-sensitive. I skip it. It's very costly. And hiring those individuals can also push a team for some key roles, but it's not a sustainable way to develop your talents and your workforce. So especially when you look at those skill sets, they are changing really, really fast, and you need to be able to adopt and be flexible with and go with the technology and the market.
At Audi, we have a, let's say, complementary approach which adds perfectly to XL2. We believe true success comes from within. At this time, sustainable growth in the skills and the empowerment of our talent pools are not just goals, they are for us key success factors. That's why the focus on developing our people from within and enabling them to shape the future, and what is important today, to give them the confidence that they can change and they can sharpen the world. This means not only attracting students, graduates and apprentices, which is important as well, but also investing in the people already with us, reskilling and upskilling. Those who know our technology, our processes, our culture, makes us stronger and more agile. This is about refining, not replacing our core know-how. And we don't do this alone because it's faster that way. The partnerships are essentials. From the beginning, we work closely within the universities, the institutes, the schools like the Coding School 42 in Heilbronn, local tech companies in our ecosystem, and of course, XL2. The collaborations build a pipeline of network of talents, strengthening our regional cluster, and allow us to learn and innovate faster together.
And the speed of how AI advances on a day-to-day basis has really shown us how important it is to continuously develop our talent and to be able to tap into the expertise of a strong ecosystem. So quite simply, AI is a game changer, and I'm not just talking about Gen AI or agentic AI. For XL2, one of the skill priorities we are addressing and working with is machine learning. And that's why we also decided to get involved into the Deep Racer. And this competition from AWS provides students and apprentices with an engaging, hands-on way to build their skills in artificial intelligence and machine learning, and also autonomous driving. So everything very relevant for us. Participants program and train a model car using reinforcement learning, where the model learns through trial and error to develop an optimal driving strategy. And the goal is to make the car race around the racetrack and get the fastest lap time, of course, as accurately as possible. So in this, the participants gain hands-on experience with reinforcement learning and understand how it applies to real-world use cases. So AWS Deep Racer offers both a virtual training environment for training and physical model cars for in-person racing events. And it's a fun and practical way to learn how machine learning skills and that are highly valuable into today's data-driven and AI-driven world.
When I first heard about a deep racer, I was excited about a chance to engage with machine learning through a real challenge, because challenge is everything today. AI, software, automotive, and racing truly come together in a unique and especially logical way everybody understands. While the most deep racer events happen virtually, this time the models competed in 2024 on a real racetrack, not just in the simulation. Team versus team in real life, this competition created its own unique atmosphere, particularly in this special setting, our iconic Böllingerhöfe production site, where we were able to stage the race right next to our production line. From a recruitment perspective, it was a powerful way to show participants how their skills cannot just be sharpened, but also applied, that they can shape the future of mobility. We will show you, and as you can see, it's, beside that, a lot of fun.
Mein Highlight des heutigen Tages war, dass wir mit Audi Sport und XL2 zusammen hier das erste Live-Race der AWS Deep Racer Student League in Deutschland gebracht haben, und das Rennen war richtig super spannend.
Besonders beeindruckt und auch inspiriert haben mich tatsächlich die Leidenschaft und der Spirit der Studentinnen und Studenten und dann natürlich zu sehen, wie sich die Modelle auf dem Racetrack schlagen und dann der Jubel von allen, wenn so eine tolle Runde nach Hause gefahren wurde.
The atmosphere was great. I think everyone had like sportsmanship, so it was all nice.
I love how everyone was also involved in it. So,
and everyone shared like the same excitement, and even like if they won or lose, and it's great, I think. We are Cyberdrifters!
Mein persönliches Highlight waren die packenden Rennen, die sich aus dem Performance-Willen der Studenten ergeben haben. Und das dann noch abgerundet durch die spannenden Gespräche und den Austausch am Vernetzungsabend. Das war perfekt. Okay, I think you can understand such an event gives power to all the participants and everybody who gets in touch with this. And so the first edition of the Deep Racer in 2024 was a great success for all the partners, XL2, us, and AWS. 40 teams competed for the victory, and the winners, you saw them, the Cyberdrifters, earned the chance to show their skills at the global finals at Las Vegas. And one of them, both of them, is working as a working student at XL2 at this time as well. So it was a real success story for everybody. And this success inspired us to launch a new edition in 2025, bigger and better. Building on the experience of this Deep Racer #1, this year we offer a new timeline, 2 racetracks, and a competition. And this was, following the things I said to you, important. Not only to students, but apprentices, the university talents, and especially our professionals which like to have a challenge as well. So everybody could apply to go for this race. Each group brings its own motivation and experience, making the race more diverse and exciting. With this, we reach everyone, covering from the eternal talents as well as the high school and university students, offering an attractive platform for anyone. And if you're interested, you can still be a part of it. Just join the virtual qualifying with this QR code or on the websites and get your qualifying time until September the 16th.
So you saw the AWS Deep Racer, and it's a really cool event to get engaged with students. And as Alex said, we also got talents out of it. So we are doing this again, and it's really great. But it's not the only way we are engaging with the local community in Heilbronn, which is a really hotbed of innovation these days. So there are many possibilities right now. For example, there are famous technical universities like the TU München. Also, the ETH Zurich is in Heilbronn. We have a 42 programming school, which is a real cool concept, how to learn coding in a very profound way. So we also get talents from there. And last but not least, in Heilbronn, there's coming up the EPI, the Innovation Park for Artificial Intelligence, which claims itself the ambition to becoming the global home of human AI. So there's a lot of things going on, a lot of things developing, and being right in the heart of it at Heilbronn is one of the best things, I think, for both of us we could imagine. So, and when you combine all these with our collaboration with AWS and their ability to bring in world tech and global best practices, we are able to bring the best of all worlds to our clients, to Audi and the VW Group. So from my perspective, this is the perfect mix of global and local assets and expertise to strengthen our clients' status as leaders in everything they do.
And this is the reason we feel at Audi the power of the ecosystem, and that's the reason for the red pillar in the end. Our Neckarsulm site is just 8 kilometers away, giving us direct local access to this vibrating ecosystem. That's why we launched the Automotive Initiative 25, shortly AI 25. With this framework, Audi created a platform that fosters the joint research together with the ecosystem, pilot projects, and collaboration. Here in Neckarsulm, all activities and partners come directly with direct access together. And as in every strong ecosystem, all partners benefit. We gain know-how and expertise as Audi, while institutions and startups especially gain direct industry access and opportunity to test and commercialize early-stage products and technologies. From our Reallabor in the Böllinger Höfe to Deep Racer and AI 25, the common denominator is clear. Innovation grows when people, technology, and partnerships come together. This spirit is what drives Audi Sport forward and keeps our ecosystem strong. So thank you to you all. And maybe we see on October the 18th in our Deep Racer event in Heilbronn.
So thanks a lot for listening.
Again. And now I have a new leader here from Capgemini. Gemma, please.
Hello, everybody. So I just have a quick time to show you some examples of our collaboration with AWS. So Karen, if you want to. So we've been working actually to identify a number of use cases where we can actually apply our expertise, our common expertise and combined expertise, AWS and Capgemini, and actually make a difference on the market. 3 examples. The first one is the one you see, is the SDV Software Factory. It's actually a software engineering environment specialized for SDV that we are building together, bringing to the market to make sure that our clients can benefit from the efficiency, and it's of course powered by AI agents, to make sure that our clients can actually develop the software associated with SDVs in an extremely efficient way. The second example is actually the Autonomous Mobility Hub. I don't have the time here to develop all the elements associated with this hub, as it is actually a world in itself, but it is all about making sure that we can collect the data, inject the data and the driving miles for the detectors of LiDARs and radars, and be able to tag it and process it offline and re-inject that to deliver ADAS systems and validate them, and of course have them completely certified. The last example, of course, we cannot not talk about the gigafactories and the production of batteries. So we've been actually focusing our energy to deliver some data solution to improve the quality of the assembly of battery cells into battery packs, because they are very, very difficult to scale. So we are actually bringing the power of data and AI to actually deliver solutions to our clients on this topic. Karen, any comment on this?
Yeah, this are examples of solutions we developed together, working backwards from our customers. And as you can see, collaboration does require orchestration as well to help our industry to progress. And I think Capgemini is working here as a strategic conductor by bringing the industry expertise together with the technology.
Thank you, Karen. So I actually invite you to come and see these solutions that we are demonstrating on our booth, the AWS booth here, just here, and on the other side at the Capgemini booth, where you'll be able to experience and you can ask questions and deep dive into these solutions. So thank you very much for your attention. I'm glad we were able to do this, and thank you for the collaboration, Karen.
Absolutely.
It was a great time.
So thank you, Capgemini, XL2, Audi for working with us to advance the industry. And thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much.
Well, thanks to both of you for sharing that fruitful partnership and collaboration.
when they're remanufacturing engines. This is not going to be about me. This is now going to be about some amazing companies that are at the forefront of driving circular economy today. And I'm very pleased to have with me to discuss the journey to circularity together with Åsa Christiander, Head of Sustainability at Voi Technologies. Please give her a warm applause. Jürgen Freschow. Where are you, Jürgen? Head of Product Sustainability at BMW. And Zach Xiu, Senior Business Developer at 2Zero, a material recovery scale-up from Munich focusing on batteries. Please, join me here and sit down. And of course, very selfishly, I have a question for all my panelists here about where do you think we are on our road to circularity? From 1 to 10, where do you think the industry is? Åsa, let's start with you.
So do we talk the whole mobility industry?
We're at IAA Mobility. We're talking the whole mobility industry.
Then I tend to agree with you. We're at the lower end of the scale, somewhere around 2 maybe. But I think the span is a bit broader than that.
Right. Jürgen?
I think if we take a focus on our own company, then we have implemented a circularity strategy as well. So I think we are around between a 3 and a 4. But when I take the same focus on the cross-industry, then we have to say that we are still at the beginning, around a 1 or 2, because it's a cross-industrial challenge we have to take. Yeah. It cannot be done by only one single company.
That's pretty brutal, though, 1 to 2. Zach, what's your opinion on that?
Well, it cannot be lower, right? So I definitely agree with the 2, around about 2-ish, since we are in the material recovery industry, right?
Okay.
And it's a very, very long value chain. You have to establish capability and capacity in every single stage. But we are really far from that.
Let's hear it from the audience. Raise your hand up if you think we're at 10 out of 10 of circularity in the mobility sector. Who thinks we've done it all? 9 points out of 10 of circularity? 8? 7? 6? 5? 4? How about 3? Any hands? You guys should raise hand when I say the number if you believe in it, okay? How about 2? Okay. How about 1? Okay, few hands. How about 0 out of 10? No hands. Okay, so most of the people agree that we're around 3. Where does that leave us? How come this is the case? And what's your take on it? Because you're the head of sustainability at Voi Technology. You've done a lot before in consultancy. So why do you think we're at number 3 and not higher?
Well, I think we're at number 2 to start with. But
okay, sorry.
It leaves us with a lot of opportunity, of course. And the reason that we are there to answer part of it is because we're so set up in a system that wasn't designed to be circular, which makes it, of course, very difficult to change. You have to change everything from how you account things. And if you make a life cycle analysis, for example, you think that's like circular, but actually they are pretty designed for what do you introduce, what do you use, and what do you then waste. They don't really design for going round and round and round. And it's like that in all aspects of manufacturing and use. So I think it's the reason it's not come all the way yet is that you have to change the system. You have to create new ecosystems and new flows, and that takes time.
Mm-hmm. Do we have time, Zach?
Definitely in the next decades, but how many decades? That's the question, right? We defined a very ambitious goal to reach net zero, but do we still have enough time left? I think it's very difficult to change the mindset of people, especially like the majority of the people. Of course, there will be pioneers like BMW and Voy, but we need everybody in this initiative for sure.
And you know, it's 2025 still, last time I checked. And I don't know about you guys, but I'm curious, Jürgen, how would you describe 2025 for sustainability so far, in one word?
Future's shaping.
It's shaping.
We are now shaping the future.
So I feel like we're going backwards, at least if I would read CNN or like what's happening in the US. Do you feel the same vibe here in the EU? Are we backtracking on sustainability?
No.
Are we going down the mountain?
We are full on track.
I know maybe for BMW, what do you think about the whole car industry in general in Europe? Is everybody following the lead?
I do not think so. We are from BMW side, we have implemented in the product development full design for circularity guideline, following 3 principles. Secondary first, where we are putting a demand on the recycled market. Material selection, where we're focusing on improvements in the recyclability. And then, last but not least, the disassembly optimization. The last 2 principles are improving the recyclability of the end-of-life vehicle in order to be profitable. And I think we set there a standard, a new one, and I hope that all the industry will follow this way.
Who here works in the mobility industry in the audience? Who works in mobility? Raise your hands up. Okay, so about a half. I'm wondering what the other half is doing. Who's interested in circular economy? Some people are not, but that's good. Maybe we'll convince you today. But I'm wondering as well about what we're just talking about here. You know, do you think that we are backtracking on sustainability, or are we staying on course here in Europe? Who is that we're staying on course? Raise your hands up. Who feels like we're backtracking on sustainability? About half-half. It's interesting. Depends maybe what news you read and where you work as well. I'm curious to hear about what you just started talking about, Jürgen, right? You said you have a couple principles of going circular, how you define it. Every company has a different way to talk about this. What do you think should go first? Reuse or recycle? When it comes to cars.
I think it depends significantly on the type of mobility you're using and the lifetime. For example, our cars are used for 15 years plus. On that point of view, a recycle is the prior strategy. Mm-hmm. And we're thinking less about reuse in a second life cycle. We are more thinking about a second use in the same life cycle, because it does not make any sense to wait for using the high voltage battery after 15 years plus in a stationary application. No, you have to do it now. And that's the reason why we're still launching a vehicle-to-grid solution with our new Gen 6 and iX3.
Mm-hmm. And I know Zach and Os are both in the battery business as well, so I'm curious to hear your takes on that too. Reuse or recycle? What do you think?
You are asking a recycler, so my opinion is definitely biased. But as a context, like EU regulation is kind of promoting recycling because of the raw material independency. And I totally agree with Jürgen's opinion, is that there are some valuable materials that we need to use it very urgently. that's kind of limited resource that we need to recycle and take it back. Reuse, of course, we have to do the maximum we could, but in case of certain applications, there will be certain restrictions, like you cannot reuse every single batteries in any type of applications, right? But I think micromobility could be one good example of downgrade. Let's say not have higher requirement for automotive, but you can still take some of the battery back. But for high voltage battery, it's very difficult, to my opinion.
And you, Åsa, what's your take on that?
I would still favor reuse before recycling. So what we are doing, and could I just take 1 minute? Maybe not all of you in here knows what Voi is doing, but if you live in Munich, you probably do, but we do shared mobility, micro-mobility, so smaller vehicles like scooters and e-bikes, and they are typically fit for like less than 10-kilometer transportation. And part of that is that they are shared, so it's not like we sell the vehicles like a traditional player might do in this industry. So for us, reuse is actually number one, and that is, for example, related to spare parts. So, and in the beginning, this is a young industry compared to the car industry. We have only been around for 7 years as an industry, so we're really learning. But we set up to reuse from the beginning because we are selling transport, not vehicles. So the more we can reuse things and repair them, the better for us, because we can sell more transportation. If that absolutely doesn't work, then I totally agree with my fellow colleagues here. Then, of course, there should be a recycling of the materials. We should really not dig out more metals from the ground if we don't have to.
Okay, so that sounds like it's about the business model.
Yes, for us it is.
If it makes sense or not. I'm curious to hear all of you on this take, okay? Is there a business case beyond recycling then? Can we make money out of it if we're in cars, trucks, or scooters when it comes to circular economy today? Is it profitable to think beyond that?
I'm not sure I fully understand your question, but I will try to answer, and then you can tell me if I understood it wrong. So, for example, if you think about batteries in our case, they can only be used for a certain number of cycles in mobile applications. But then, of course, if you think circular, larger than your own company, they could be used in other applications. So in our case, for example, in stationary applications for another number of years. Mm-hmm. So that could in itself be a business for someone that is not us. Would that be answering your question?
Yeah, sounds good. But I think you answered it already in the previous question. For you, it's about reuse because you have a different business model. But I'm curious about the gentleman's here as well. Like, what do you think? Is circular economy good for business? When we think outside of the recycling box, and we go a little bit beyond that. Jürgen.
If we're coming back first in the recycling stage, then I believe that high-quality recyclate will become a game changer. And that's the reason why it become like a new gold. And you will earn money with high-quality recyclate in the future. That's clear. Mm-hmm. And with a reuse, we are still doing it very profitable in a spare part market. That's still clear, but we have the clear philosophy that a remanufactured or reused part we do not integrate in a new vehicle. Mm-hmm. That's quite clear.
Why is that?
Why is that? Because we are selling a premium car experience, and our customers expect a new vehicle made out of the new types. Mm-hmm. Now, on the other hand, we see that the demand on the spare market is as huge as possible, so that the parts which can be reused are nearly enough only to fit the demand of the spare part market.
We're all in sustainability. Who works in sustainability here? Okay, again, about a half. We have 3 sustainability experts here as well at the forefront of it. And I want to make this now about their job, because being in sustainability can be pretty tough. It can be pretty hard, and sometimes you feel like you have to clone yourself. So I'm wondering, what makes a good head of sustainability? You know, what are some of the qualities that you think are needed to do the job, to stand up for that? And I would maybe start with Zach, because I know the whole startup is about sustainability, you're solving that. But what do you think makes you guys succeed? What are some of the skills that you're looking for in your team?
Yeah, so I think in our area, it's kind of like a new area in this industry, yeah, towards especially European region. And what we're really looking at is really the scalability of the technology, because no matter how good a technology is, if it only works at lab scale, small scale, it doesn't make sense. It does not add value in the industry. Eventually, it cannot be commercialized. So that's why we focus really on how we can scale this technology as fast as possible to bring value to the market. And that's what we have been doing, especially this year. Yeah.
Jürgen, how about you?
It's quite clear. We are looking for people who want to become game changers. They want to shape the future.
Mm-hmm. And about because you're head of sustainability at BMW, right? The product sustainability, that's a pretty big role. What makes you succeed? What are some of the things that, you're proud of?
What I'm proud of are the results in product sustainability progress of the new iX3. We've implemented 740 kilograms of secondary raw materials. We have reduced the supply chain, the carbon emissions in the supply chain by minus 35%. And the break-even point, the carbon break-even point is around 1 year when compared to an internal combustion engine cars. That's a huge result. And I'm proud of that we get so much positive echo in the media and the social media from our customers and also by the journalists. So that's the reason why I'm really looking forward to the next years, and I do not have the impression that the product sustainability is under pressure.
Good. I'm curious, and I'm not sure if you can share that with us, Jürgen, but did you push even for more? Did you hit some roadblocks with the decision-making inside a company? Was the vision for the Neue Klasse even bigger than this when it comes to circularity?
When it comes to circularity, you have to find and define your long-lasting strategy. And this one we did 4 years ago with entering the strategy phase of the Neue Klasse. And we collected a lot of experience on the market, and at the beginning it was not clear which decarbonization measures will be available on the market only 4 years later. And now we have the experience, and that's the reason why we know very precisely what we have to go to reach net zero step by step. And this one you have to find.
No roadblocks then in pushing it through. It's good. Good teamwork. And you, Åsa, back to you. You're also a head of sustainability at Voi. What do you think makes a good chief sustainability officer or head of sustainability? If anybody here would, aspire for that role or maybe even sits in that role?
I hope you all do. And I would say there are two traits that are number 1 and 2, or maybe number 1 and 1, and that is stubbornness and creativity. You just have to some extent know where you're going, but it's kind of fun. You started your strategy process 4 years ago. We were not even born almost at that time. So we have to be, I think creativity in, at least if you are more in the sort of scale-up phase, is a key thing. Mm-hmm. And to also answer the question on sort of what am I proud of in this role, I think for me, and the reason for being here in this particular company, is the way that we're actually trying to shape not just the product and the offering that we are providing, but we're actually trying to reshape transportation or cities to be something else. So this idea of circularity is almost always bigger than the company you're in. And that as well, to me, is part of that creativity. So what could a city be if it's not like it is today, if it's something that requires less metal to do the work? And if we can share that metal between us, it's even less per kilometer. So that kind of change of society is probably what I'm most proud of.
Yeah.
We're not done yet, though, but...
it's a very purpose-driven job, right? It's nice to work in sustainability. You're proud of yourself. You wake up every day. It's tough, but it makes sense. I know I have a different question now for our 3 panelists. Let's see if they reply. Zach, you're in business development, right? Did you do anything that made your founders nervous when it comes to pushing it through?
Well, it's always my founder makes me nervous first, and then I make her nervous again. Yeah, I mean, just to answer your question, yes, totally. I think for this year, many nervous incidents, but if I have to pick one, is kind of like really the strategy focus. To be more specific, we started our own company as focusing on lithium recovery, to recover lithium out of lithium-ion battery. And lithium is kind of like the focus metal always in all the discussions, including nickel, including cobalt. Because it's kind of like having a very good reputation because it's lithium-ion battery, right? And then there is also one material we are also focusing on, but we didn't push too much before this year. It's the graphite. Because graphite is the anode part, the other half of the battery. And usually when you recover material, you would focus on the metals, but not the graphite. But because the same reason, geopolitical sensitivity, we have to focus on graphite because it's even more dominated by ex-Europe supply. So I pushed very hard on graphite, and then we did make a lot of progress on that. Cool. And of course, it takes even longer time to really bring it back to the loop compared to even lithium, but I think we made a very big step forward this year. And I think, yeah, it was worthwhile making her nervous for a bit.
Nice. And let's double click on this because, everybody knows BMW, a lot of people know Void, but 2.0, what is it about? Can you give us a quick elevator pitch?
2 words, battery recycling, another 2 words, material recovery. So we do a hydrometallurgical chemical process recovery of the critical materials out of batteries. So usually there are different types of battery recyclers in the market. You can collect the batteries, you can shred the batteries, you can do mechanical processing of the batteries, but we do, let's say, the post-treatment part to take the material and break it into molecular level and take it out, make it into a new battery material again.
Okay. Do you have a factory here in Munich or something like that?
Good question. I think Munich is too clean to build a factory like that, but just kidding. We had our pilot line close to Munich region, and it was established since 2023. But now we are building our first-of-a-kind plant, so in short, Folk plant. And we moved it to Gendorf Chemical Park since it has better infrastructure and it has basically all the staff force we need to really ramp it up. So it's kind of like 1.5 hour away from Munich, and we are really commissioning our first line to recycle batteries in scale.
That's awesome. I would still go back to Jürgen and Åsa about this question that I had. What's the one circular initiative that you wanted to push for but made your board nervous? Who wants to start?
Go ahead.
Ladies first.
I'm not sure if I had the chance to make my board nervous too much yet, but maybe I would anyway pick that they thought they needed someone to just sort of do some reporting, but realized that they got someone who actually wanted to change the whole thing, which could be make you a bit nervous. And really, that's what we have to do. I mean, we have been in this young phase. We're now maturing, and we are partnering very much with cities. So we're not we're selling rights to people, but we're partnering with cities. That's how our business works. And the cities want to work with someone who is going to help them be net zero or create actually a city more made to live in with more green space and so on. So if you want to do that, you basically have to change, at least if you are Void that started to buy something off the shelf 5 years ago that was meant for private use, not for sharing, not to do, because you don't know if you're going to be there even in 3 years if you're a startup. Now we do, and then we have to change everything from what we base our business on to how we operate it so it actually lives as long as it could, and then what we do with it at the end, which we haven't even seen yet, because we haven't been around long enough for our batteries to die of age or the scooters to die of age.
That's good to hear. And you, Jürgen?
I think our board will not become nervous about a single circular initiative. But me and my team sometimes a little nerved about not only one circular initiative, but the combination of two or more. So what does it mean? Sometimes we have some type of contradictory upcoming regulations. To give you an example, we see new upcoming material restriction laws. So the ban of forever chemicals or PFAS, or the restrictions of the lead content in a metal alloy. On the other hand, we see that there is an increased demand, regulatory demand, on a minimum recycled content. And this is sometimes completely contradictory, because the recyclate should be generated out of a post-consumer scrap. This is generated out of post-industrial goods, which are produced when the new material restriction laws are not in force. And that's the reason why you cannot avoid that in these post-consumer scraps, the materials which are restricted in the future are still inside. You cannot avoid it, and that's the reason why material restriction laws leads to a maximum feasible recycled content. And in some cases we see that the minimum demand on recycled contents is far beyond this feasible content. And this makes us nervous, because it's very hard to find the right solutions.
And now we're getting to the point of this panel debate. It's called shifting gears to circularity. Because as we talked, and as you voted as well, we kind of established that we're about 2 to 3 out of 10. We need to go to 10 of circularity and mobility pretty soon. I have a question again for the audience, and this has to come from within you. Do you think we can make it? That we will make it? That we will go circular and we will be net zero by 2050? Who agrees that we can make it and we'll be net zero by 2050? When it comes to mobility, hands up. Who's skeptical? Okay, again, about half-half. Let's bring it down to our panelists as well. Same question. Let's start with Åsa. You're shaking your head a little bit, so tell me what's going on in your head.
Well, I thought it was interesting to see who raised their hands in relation to yes, we can do it, and who raised their hands in I'm skeptical. And I think there was a gender bias. I'm not entirely sure. But so back to...
So, but I missed that. So was it the ladies or the men who...
You'll have to ask again, because I didn't see everyone. But I think I saw one. I think I saw that the ladies were more positive to believe me, we can do it. But sorry, back to your question.
Can we do it? What do you think?
I think we can do it.
Will we?
I don't think it's primarily a matter of technology, because a lot of the technologies are already there. And if you look like far back enough, and you brought it up in your introduction as well, we were all circular. The nature is circular, so it's not like it can't be done. It has been done for millions of years. We screwed that for some years now. So obviously it should be possible to go back. It's more a question, do we want to, as society?
You, Jürgen, what do you think? Are you hopeful? Can we make this?
Wojtek, there is no alternative. We have to do it. And we have a clear strategy, and we have demonstrated with the IX3 that it can be achieved. You can achieve a progress. However, what we need is a cross-industrial collaboration. This one has to be deepened. It cannot be done by only one single company.
Okay.
And that's the reason why I need a framework.
But
if we have this framework, we will do the challenge.
What does cross-industry collaboration mean? Like,
we have to investigate together new post-shredding technologies.
Okay.
What we need at the end is a high-quality recyclate. If we have this high-quality recyclate, then we can avoid the downcycling. And if you avoid the downcycling, then we have a closed loop. And that's the challenge. And we have to make the collaboration from the collecting over the shreddering, the post-shreddering, and then the material suppliers.
Are you working with your competitors on this now?
Yes, of course. We have several collaborations for battery recycling with SKTS, but also with other companies to set up all these new technologies. Okay. But we need a stable framework and also regulations which are not contradictory.
Can I give another example? So if you think of cross-industry or cross-stakeholder collaboration, I think the one between industry and city is an interesting one, or industry and society. So in our case, you could, in theory, create a lot more kilometers made on a lot less carbon, for example, or other sustainable pressures. But it takes the cities to make investments too, to achieve that potential. So if they don't, for example, build any biking lanes, not as many people will actually shift from one vehicle to another type, for example. So I think that's also a good example of where collaboration will help maximize the transition.
Okay. Thanks for that. And you, Zach, same question to you. Do you think we'll make it? Will we be net zero in 2050 in Europe?
I think it's a very good context in Europe, because I think I lost a bit of context, because if I think about, hey, can we achieve that in my neighborhood? Maybe 2050 will be very easy to achieve by then. And I think if we talk about the global, it's definitely very difficult. I think in Europe, I think we need to push a little bit more on really the incentives, like from the government, from the EU government, from local governments, as I said, maybe from the cities, to really stimulate this kind of demand, and then to really help people to get used to a circular economy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And if you were to make a bet, all three of you, okay? Let's say you have 1 billion euros. What's the next big thing in circularity that you would bet on with your own money, looking for some return? What would you do, Zach? What would you invest the money in? Well, to shift the gears, right?
Invest in my company.
We're stuck at number 3 now.
Invest into zero. Just kidding. So I would really invest in the market. I'm bringing a little bit like the Chinese market mindset, because like this is really a new thing. Like back to 20 years ago, maybe EV is a new thing as well to this whole world. So what China did is really to put the money into targeted subsidies and to really build the market, to create it if it's not there yet.
So you would, with your 1 billion euros, you would just subsidize everyone?
Exactly. People are happy.
What? Okay.
Because like, in the beginning of shaping the new industry, infrastructure is not ready, supply chain is not ready, the cost is very high. The paying willingness is really low, because people are not used to it yet. Okay. Because that's why you need to give the money to the people to spend and help the industry grow, and then you drill the cost down, and then everybody's happy again.
Okay.
Company make money.
Would you be happy? Would you see that 1 billion back?
Or more? Probably I won't be living long enough to see the money back, because it's really continuous investment. 1 billion is far from enough.
What about you, Jürgen?
If I had
you have 1 billion euros, okay. What's the next thing you would do with it as a circular economy expert? What's that, you know?
We need high quality recyclate, that's clear. The second investment would be in setting up transparent and efficient recyclate market. Because with high quality recyclate, you will be able to earn a lot of money in the future. It will be the new gold. And the third investment is I would try to increase my BMW share, because we have a clear strategy on that.
What about you, Osa? You have 1 billion euros, okay? You're sitting on all these insights. You've worked at McKinsey. You know everything about circular economy. What's your secret bet that you can all share with us today?
I would invest in infrastructure. I would reallocate space for the better type of transportation, or the transportation that would do the work at the least possible burden. And I would do that because I know that Jürgen would invest in the material recirculation. Otherwise, I would give part of that 1 billion to make that system work as well. It plays a big role.
Okay. Well, we have a jury here, okay? Imagine that you're Dragon's Den right now. Who would you vote for then? Do you think, whose idea do you think can bring back the return on the investment? Who would be up for Osa's idea? Okay, a few people, yes. Who would be up for Jürgen's idea? And his billion euros, okay. How many people are from BMW here? Okay. Who'll be for Zach's idea? Subsidies, all right, okay, nice. About equally distributed. That's nice to hear. Okay.
And now where's the billion euro?
Sorry?
Where is the billion?
Where's the billion? We're going to talk about it after the end of the panel.
Okay.
Okay. But we have to check with IAA Mobility, I think.
But I think you need to define what kind of investment return we're talking about. If it's pure dollars or if it's actually another type of currency.
Thank you. Yeah, that's a good point. Now, we're almost reaching the end of our panel, but I'm still curious about one thing. Okay, now we've established the next big thing. Well, let's move even a little bit closer. Okay, 2030. 2030, 5 years from here on. What's the headline that you would like to hear or read about your company in circular economy? Let's start with Åsa.
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
2030, we open up the news. There's Voy, does X, Y, and Z. What's the headline, the dreamy headline about circular economy and Voy that you would like to read about your company 5 years from here on?
I would like to see us as a big part of changing more cities in Europe to being what we see happening in Paris today.
Mm-hmm.
So really being part of the transition towards quieter, more space, clean inner cities.
Super. And you, Jürgen, what will be the headline about BMW in 2030 that will make you proud?
I think I will read that we have reached our near-term targets. That means that we have implemented decarbonization measures of around 40 megatons, and we are fully on track to net zero.
Fully on track to net zero. Yeah, you have a big target in 2030 coming up. By the way, did you hit your 2025 targets?
Yes, of course.
Okay.
We are on the way.
That's the German efficiency we're talking about. And you, Zach, what would be the headline that you would love to read about 2.0 in 2030?
I would say truly brought lithium-ion battery waste to zero at scale. I have to put the slogan on. I put my marketing hat on right now because this is how the name came from, 2.0. Because we want to really bring all the waste to zero and make all the buy stream, main product stream, create new value out of the waste. And really what's important is, again, at scale, to really operate our commercial plant by 2030 and recycle all material, recover them, bring it back to batteries.
I love that. I would like to read all of these 3 headlines. How about you? Yeah? So now this is for the stage crew over here. Do we have microphones around here? Yes? Now it's the time to bring it to you, our amazing audience, and hear if you have any questions. Not speeches, okay? Not 5 minutes declarations, but questions for our panelists. Is there anybody who would like to ask anything? You can raise your hand up. We have a mic over here. I know you have questions. There's one. Great. So, lady will give you the microphone. Then please let us know. And who is the question for ideally?
Yeah, hello. So question is going to BMW, except recycling share and so on. Do you have other plans for circular economy?
Yes, of course, we still have. I've still talked about second use of our batteries in the first life cycle. That means vehicle to grid, for example. And we are also doing a lot to close our cycles, for example, on the battery recycling, but also on the end-of-life vehicle recycling, to make it much more better, be disassembled and recyclable. And the reuse strategy we are deeply following on the field of our spare part market. And there we see a huge demand on the spare part market. And there you can also earn a lot of money.
Any other more questions from our lovely audience? Gentleman at the back.
Hi everyone, thank you for the insight today. My question is, how much the current legislation coming out, like the omnibus, change your plan? Is it something that completely scrap your strategy, or it supports your strategy nowadays?
Is this for everyone or someone in particular?
Yeah, everyone,
okay.
thank you.
Then we'll start again with the ladies.
So we are part of this large share of companies that got like a 2-year grace period. So we were about to start reporting at the same time as you, but then we got like 2 years before we have to do that again. For me, I'm torn. On one hand, I think it's a shame that we didn't sort of force all companies to start to report on the same high quality level, and so it's comparable, so it can really show if you do something good. On the other hand, I'm also happy because I'd rather spend my time on actually changing things, doing everything that we talked about here today. So we also designed for modular, so it can be repaired. We designed for using less materials. We designed for making it possible to recycle and reuse. All of that, I had not had time, because we're a small company, it's only a small unit, to do that if I'd had to do all the CSRD reporting. So I'm now focusing on doing the work, which I think is actually, if I have to choose, I think it's better.
Thank you. We go to Zach.
Yeah, I think right now EU legislation is really promoting recycling again. So battery collection has to be more than 70%, and then lithium recovery has to be more than 80%, nickel cobalt to 95%. And in new battery production, you have to use at least 6 to 16% recycled materials. It's very good numbers and very ambitious. With the current existing infrastructure, it's really hard to achieve that ambitious goal by 2031. But what's really more difficult is really the execution. Yeah, you have a plan already right now, but how you really execute it, really monitor and then track it to give the consequence of it. But I think this is a matter of like something like battery passports. I think Wojtek, you're the expert due to your battery passport experience before. So definitely a long way to go. Yeah.
You, Jürgen, Omnibus, are you happy or not?
We report our carbon footprint by 2023 with the highest degree of reliability, that's reasonable assurance. So we are well prepared, and we actually did not make there any changes in the strategy, although we know that the effort is enormous. And therefore we have a little hope that it helps us to decrease our reporting effort.
Okay, more questions, gentlemen.
Hello, my name is Yevgen. I work for Luxoft. My question to Jürgen. Among car enthusiasts, very popular old BMW models. Did you had at least internal talk with your team how to prolong the life of the cars and to prolong reusability of the cars, and, for example, use new components for old cars to reuse them again and again? Because last time the car life is very short, and we're forced to buy new cars, but someone don't want it. And I think it needs to be changed entire automotive strategy to prolong the car life. So what do you do in BMW to reuse all models?
From an actual point of view, we can see that the demand of the spare part market can be completely fulfilled. And we have a strategy to reuse our components. Reuse is without the remanufacturing, so we take the part and we sell it on the after-sales market. But we also have a remanufacturing strategy for some components where we see a demand of our customers. So actually we do not see their lack. However, we are in the comfort zone. The lifetime of our BMW cars is, from a statistical point of view, 15 years plus. And from actual point of view, we do not see there a need in changing of the reuse and the remanufacturing strategy.
Okay.
In my opinion, we are stable on that point of view.
We have time for one last quick question and a quick answer. Is there anybody who has a burning question? Now it's the time. If not, I have a last question for our audience. It's a tricky one, off the script. Didn't prepare them for that. But in one word. Okay, one word. What's the missing link to go circular for us here in Europe? What's that word? What could it be? I'll let you think a little, but if anybody would like to share. missing link to help us get on that mountain, because we're at number 3 out of 10. It's a long journey. What's missing?
Post-shredder technologies. Post-shredder technologies. That's the missing link.
I'll give it to you as one word. If you use a lot of dashes, that's good.
Yeah.
Zach?
Money.
Money, always good. Never go wrong with that. Ossa?
Action.
Action. Let's leave it at that. Now it's time for action. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for being with us at this fascinating panel. And please, get in touch with us and let's get going. The mountain is there, but it's worth the climb. And a warm applause for our panelists, please.
Wow.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations to that great session. It was a highlight here on stage. A warm applause for everyone here on stage and for the moderator. Such a pleasure to have you here. So many good insights, food for thought. This is your applause. Thank you so much. Also, thanks to everyone in the live stream and to you here on site in Munich. We're about to change this.
Florian is known on the stages on the conference today because you've already had a few other opportunities to discuss topics, and it's been fantastic to hear your voice. You bring the OEM's lens on the topic of ownership in mobility, electrification, flexible ownership, and the future of mobility. Amazing to have you with us, especially because you have such experience in collaborating with other players in that space. Thank you for joining us.
Great to be here.
And last, but certainly not least, Hans, what a pleasure to have you with us. As the CEO and founder of CASI, what a fantastic organization and a Norwegian startup that is powering flexible vehicle access and supports platforms for OEMs. CASI is a tech platform, sometimes invisible to the eyes of the consumer, but oh my goodness, what an amazing work you have been doing in that space and innovating with very new ways of identifying financing and platform support for OEMs. I can't wait to hear a little bit more about that.
Thank you.
So, without further ado, I hope you would all agree we have an amazing panel today with us. We're going to delve straight into the topic of ownership as well. So, what is really driving people to move away from car ownership? Why are they choosing something else but the traditional way of owning a car? Especially in light of electrification and financial options today. So I have a question, Florian, to you first, as our representative of the automotive and OEM world. What are you seeing from Hyundai's customer base as expectations shift? And how do you stay connected when a lot of the brand interactions today are happening through other partners?
Okay, the answer is going to be a little bit unromantic, yeah, in context of alternative modes of accessing vehicles, because for us the relationship doesn't really change. We're actually strengthening it, because for us it doesn't matter how a person accesses the vehicle. So whether it comes through the dealer or through a platform, there is the entry, there's the exit, and potentially an incident in between. But once someone takes hold of the vehicle and sits in the car, the 60 minutes that people use it on average per day is ours, yeah, to state it quite frankly. And we make sure that we have this connection through our online connected services. Currently we have BlueLink in the market with 10-year included usage for free. Right now it's about 1.6 million vehicles in Europe that are connected. Worldwide it's more than 7 million. And every day, every minute of the drives, we get the data of them, and we're obviously also able to connect with them better through our services. For example, My Hyundai, that has been relaunched now, where we have 1 million customers connected. They use the app every day. They unlock the vehicle, especially for EVs. They make use of it for preheating in winter or cooling it down in summer. So this connection stays no matter how you access the vehicle. Yeah? And this is how we are pronouncing our relationship with the customers.
And it's true, and it's hard to ignore a beautifully designed Hyundai.
That's the hardware, right? Yeah.
Absolutely. Max, if we move a little bit on in your world of subscription, tell us what you're seeing in terms of the mindset shift and the changing trends you're seeing in the subscription across your customer base.
Yeah, so I think ultimately there are three fundamental trends that we see nearly everywhere, but particularly in the automotive industry. First of all, kind of like the world is moving from offline to online. So we have just way more interaction in a digital way, in a seamless interaction, a very simple user interface. And that will also happen in the automotive world. We also see this shift in terms of preferences from ownership to access. So a lot of people really want to focus on accessing mobility, not necessarily ownership, where ownership in the past meant status, meant kind of like safety. For many younger people, it's rather a sign of responsibility and hassle and things to do and things to take care of. So that's the second one. And the third one is really electrification and ultimately this innovation around engine technologies that we see, of course, in Norway way more than in Germany, but still across the entire globe as kind of like one fundamental shift in that industry as well.
Fantastic. And it's interesting to hear what you said about the mindset shift, because ownership in parts of the world and generationally has also been associated with status, with pride. And you talked about hustle and having to sort things out. And it really gives a flavor of actually the changes in mindsets today, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's much more utilitarian, yeah.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. And I'm gonna just check in with Michael, with you. Now, how do you think about insurance in a world where it doesn't matter, sold, rented, leased cars? What happens in the world of insurance?
Yeah, thanks for, it's a very good question. I think I could talk the whole day actually about this, but what I would like to highlight is, first of all, what we need to understand is mobility as such, and automobility is really not more about cars. We see a lot of cars around here. I think mobility, first of all, it's about people. It's about people, how they move, how they connect, how they live, actually. And with the new models we are seeing, and we still call them new models or new mobility, which I think is not true anymore, because now actually new mobility is already the common standard. So subscription is the standard, leasing, car sharing, ride hailing, autonomous vehicles will become the new standard as well. I think there's a lot of rapid change here, and I think insurance and service providers like Allianz, we need to adjust to that speed. So we need to provide flexible solutions. We need to have usage-based insurance, or we need to have on-demand insurance when you can click on the insurance or declick it as well. Yeah. So we also need to be sure that we are along the value chain seamlessly integrated. Means that the client is always protected. It is embedded in the digital or in the physical journey, and always accessible. And especially not only accessible when on the onboarding, especially accessible and there when something happens, yeah. So in a case of claims, and this is our main business, claims handling, and from the claims handling, then also towards risk management, making sure that the claims actually don't really happen, and doing this in an ecosystem of partners. So from ownership to usage means I have to be a good friend to Maximilian, a good friend here to Florian, a good friend to all parties here. This is a B2B to C partnership. So we have no direct access anymore, maybe to the end client. We first have access through the business partner and then to the end client. So I have to satisfy, as an insurance company, all of the needs of the operator, of the fleet manager, but also of the end client. Make sure I'm there when times is there, and keep it transparent, keep it fair, keep it available when people need it. And that's actually the art of it at the moment.
And you say that with a smile on your face, but how many people and chains are there in the ecosystem in order to balance that? It's really important to understand how to strike that right balance and make sure that that is not obvious to the consumer when things go wrong. Yes. But when the customer really needs you, they're in distress, and that's when they get in touch with you.
Exactly.
So it's really interesting to hear that. Now, let's talk a little bit with Hans about a market that is very interesting to a lot of us in the world of mobility, and that's the Nordics. Why is that market interesting? Well, electrification has spearheaded its way in that space, but also consumers have really evolved and built their habits much faster than other parts in the world. I would love, Hans, to get your insights to what is it about the consumer mindset and trends that you have seen through the work you are doing at Kasi that give you that edge?
Happy to share that, of course. It reminds me when we started in Norway, and when we started getting global investors on board, they were like, Norway, that's cute. What about where people live? So I was sort of instructed to come down to Germany and play with Max and the others. But happy to share like insights in the Nordics, of course. And I think when you look at the Nordic countries, they are actually quite different. So if we take Norway first, it's really known for the EV adoption. The last couple of months, it's been 95% plus market share of EVs, fully electric cars, on new cars sold. So it's really massive, and it started around 2015, just like increasing. And what was the interesting thing in the beginning was that the usership models, especially leasing, fell drastically in market share. I think because of the uncertainty on residual values, and the leasing prices got very high, and it's a price-sensitive market. So, but as you sort of started getting the EVs into used cars, and you saw the residual values in an EV market, where like the EV is the next car you want, they really held their ground, and at some point they were like 5 to 10% higher than ICE cars, because no one wanted ICE cars. So there was no second market for it. And then the prices, of course, went down, and now the leasing and usership models are on a rise on the EVs. I think Sweden, Denmark are much more similar markets to Central Europe when it comes to usership. They have a high leasing share. It's a lot of corporate fleets. So quite sort of a lot of the things we learn in Germany, we can actually use in Sweden. And then you have Finland, which is sort of the odd one out. They just love owning cars. They're not very materialistic. They don't sell them. So it's the oldest car fleet in the Nordics, and they enjoy their time in the sauna rather than in the car. But shared among these markets, they're very digital, right? And that comes back to digital sales that you mentioned, Max. So when we do digital onboarding, so just like book a car in the Nordics, it takes about 2 minutes, and you don't have to put in your information. We will do a credit score in the background. You don't have to provide anything. We know your salary level. We will do a full authentication, passport level, digitally. You sign the contract digitally. Everything is just sort of, it flows. And that also means that the digital conversion rate is almost 3x what we experience in Spain and UK and Germany. So I think there's also like the building that digital infrastructure. If you really want to like make digital sales big, that's quite important. And it makes it much easier to have a technical platform to support it.
Thank you, Hans. And actually that leads me to a part of the discussion around how do you make the business model economically sound. We talked about residual value, you talked about actually the difficulty with adoption, the uncertainty amongst consumers. If we exclude the Finns and if we don't turn the cars into a sauna, because I don't think anyone but the Finns will be excited by that, there is a lot of opportunity with the shift to subscription model to really rethink the whole question of risk and the question of economics. Florian, I'll come to you next around that. If a customer doesn't own the car, who owns the risk? What happens to that?
I would just like to pick up what Hans said and confirm it, that when you talk about how to make economic sense of it, for an OEM, it's super interesting. I think this is also part of your value proposition, to bring in new people that have never been driving your brand or EVs. Right? So what we see is that, and I have to correct this from our previous talk, we have 85% of people that use our Motion car subscription, that's live in Germany, Spain, and the UK, that have never been in a Hyundai before. Yeah, this is insane. Yeah, so this is really from an onboarding and customer acquisition perspective, it's like a golden bullet. And then for EV, we see twice the adoption that we have on average of our fleet. So it's really bringing down this risk for end users, yeah, through having this monthly installment or monthly payment for limited amount of time without having the residual value risk on their own side, which now brings me actually to the answer of your question. I think, and I like your point with the customer, and this is where it makes sense for us as well, that we have to look into who can manage which risk the best way, right? Exactly. And especially for EVs, which is still rather new, and customers don't understand how to manage this risk, and they shouldn't, right? Like, especially the B2C customers. So we have the opportunity to actually bring this risk to the OEM, including the captive or the fleet providers, and manage it there professionally. And what we like to do is 2 things. First, improve the information. Going back to connected services, we have hundreds of data points on the battery, which is the most sensitive piece of RV. And we are very good in predicting the health status of the battery, assessing its value, also then insuring it, right? And then in a controlled way, releasing it into the used car market. And when I look into the subscription models or more flexible access to vehicles, it really helps us to produce well-controlled used vehicles. And this is very important for us, but also for our dealers, to make profit from them. And we are able now to control basically what happens in the first cycle and then release the second cycle with a very good controlled quality, the quantity, and also the pricing. And with Motion, this is what we are currently doing, is we might even run the second or third cycle ourselves with the used cars. So it gives us a lot of control over RV that we didn't have before, by creating a more flexible solution for customers with shorter cycles and more clarity on us and how the cars are used.
What Florian is saying is absolutely right. Like, I think, like, oftentimes when you think about innovation, you think like, oh, one person, one organization is doing all of this, and that's never how it happens, right? Like, the only way that this is possible, the only way to kind of like make that shift happen, to build great products that customers love, is in this very, very complex industry and market, is by partnering. So like, I think that that's the right way to approach things. And there's different people with different skills that can take over different risks, but then can also solve different problems. And I think that's the most important takeaway. There won't be kind of like a player that says like, I can do it all and I'm great. Like, I don't care about anyone else. But there is rather like a very tight-knit partnership between different market participants who each focus on what they can do best, and therefore the customer gets a great product.
And then briefly,
Max, yeah?
Brief comment. And what I like is that product, because in the end, the notion of product changes, right? The product is the mobility.
Yeah,
it's your ability for an individual to get from A to B in a convenient way. The product is not only the car and the hardware, not only the software of the vehicle, it's not only a subscription contract or only the insurance. The product for the customer is the accumulation of all of this.
It's the experience.
And I think this is also important to mention, that we don't go back into our little silos, but really focus on what's the value for them.
I love that, Florian, as well. And I'm glad you've mentioned it, because it wouldn't be fair for us to talk about mobility and attach that to the physical product. There is so much in the services space and in the context of mobility beyond just the product and the car. And Max, thank you for bringing the point about collaboration and innovation. I'm so glad you did. But also, you're a shining example of doing innovation really, really well. In fact, all of you here today have worked together before, and you are actively innovating in the market. First of all, I would like to congratulate you all on the amazing energy you bring into that innovation, because thanks to you, our consumers are enjoying different forms of mobility that you have created. So tell us a little bit, how do you think about the risk from your perspective, and how do you make the economics work?
So I think basically the other side of that partnership equation is basically focus. Right? Like, if I am able to partner with the best insurances in the world, with the best manufacturers, with the best service providers, then that's really allowing me to focus what I can do best. And for us, this focus is on creating like an excellent subscription product that actually also makes money. And so I think like with that like tremendous focus, being really, really like doing nothing else, not kind of like looking along the sidelines and fighting, doing like 1,000 side quests, I think this is absolutely critical. And so I think like what I mentioned earlier is a little bit the answer to that, right? Like, I shouldn't have kind of like grand ambitions to become the best insurance company in this world, because I simply don't have the balance sheet for it. Like, it's super, super clear. I won't be the best car manufacturer, right? And so I think you need to be very, very appreciative and very, very cognizant of all of the risks that are out there, and then find a way just to handle them. And so I think this is extremely crucial. And then, like, about profitability, I think also a lot of specifically new players make this fallacy around entering a market and then thinking like, my unit economics might not be great, I will figure this out down the line. And I've never seen that, like, or I've seen that maybe like once or twice work with companies that I've known, but typically, if your unit economics are great, then growth is fun. If your unit economics are bad, then growth is somehow the worst thing that can happen to you. And so like being the very first principle, making sure that you are that making money is also part of sustainability of existing in the long run, I think is absolutely crucial.
Thank you, Max. And talking about partnerships and talking about focus, Michael, I'll move to you in terms of how do you define and manage risk in a world of pricing and protection?
Yeah, first of all, I'm really glad that here all my friends here on stage are talking about risk, because that's actually what insurers are actually doing. Yeah, so we have to identify risks, we have to assess risks, and we actually have to price risks. And then it's a decision in the end who will take the risk. But we first need to understand which risks are we really talking about and which risks are out there. I think technology which we see out there brings a lot of new opportunities, but it also brings a lot of new risks in there. So taking the example of electric vehicles, we see the residual value risk. We see obviously the risk of the battery. It's a risk which, especially not only for the retail market, also for, if we talk to drivers in ride-hailing, this is a big question mark for them. How to actually transform towards an electric vehicle from being not sure whether this battery lasts longer than 120 or 150,000 kilometers until the warranty, expires. So they are searching for a safety and security, and technology helps us actually to measure the state of health of the battery, and then also to assess the risk, and then provide an extended warranty cover on top of that. And it's you price it in, and you can elaborate on that. But I think staying on the example of electric vehicle, then it's also about the services we need to provide. It's about how do we now start to tow the vehicles? Do we have to lift them now instead of towing because we don't want to scratch the battery? How do we, if there is an accident, how do we isolate the car in a way that it doesn't have a burning effect to other cars and a bigger car park out there? So it's all about understanding these kind of risks and then bring it into a model in pricing. But what I would like to be clear on, we don't know all the risks, and we try to know and try to assess them, but we cannot do that alone. We need to do this in partnership, and that's why I like your point there. We need to collaborate with each other, exchange the data, exchange the understanding, and then come to the right conclusions together. And that brings us forward in this uncertainty we have in the market to create more certainty, and then also create the right customer experience together.
Thank you. It's really helpful to hear that. And I would like to bring, Hans, you in the conversation as well, in terms of how do you help partners manage the risk? Because in a way, you've created an amazing business model that is invisible, but equally is fundamental to the success of the ecosystem.
I think, Cassie, as all of us, we're sort of playing one role, right, in a larger ecosystem to deliver the services. And at least my perspective is that risk should be put where it's best controlled. And if you don't do that, it will be more costly. And that also means that you lose competitiveness in the model. We play some different roles depending on the OEMs that we work with. So for some, we're more like a pure tech provider. It's limited what we can take on as risks. For some, we also take on more operational responsibilities. Could be heading the service, could be coordinating all the vendors. And then maybe more interesting, and something that we have started doing more and more, is to set up this more like white label captive as a service, like fully managed service. We buy the cars, it gives revenue recognition, and run it under the OEM brand. And I think in some of the other models, my feeling is often that the OEM has to take on risk that they really don't know how to control necessarily, or they have to learn it, right? Because there's new risks in the usership models. But in these other models, it's much easier to share it. So, for example, we just lift off all operational risks from the OEM. But then there is one risk that I think the OEM should be able to take, and that's the residual value risk. You are in the best position to know how that will evolve. You know the sort of, you know your model. You know the issues, you know that when the next model will come, you can sort of see across markets, right? So even if we put a lot of mechanisms to protect you and that risk, that I think should be put with the OEM. But it's all about competitiveness, and I think if you analyze a lot of the usership models today, in order to be competitive, they're built on huge discounts, buybacks, RV boosters, and from an OEM point of view, if I sort of have 100 cars, I will not put all 100 in this model, because it will not be the best profitable way to do it. So what we have sort of tried, we're working on, and this is hard, right? And I think we're all working on it, but it's finding that silver bullet model. And I think that depends on like using the OEM more like a wholesale partner, selling the car into the structure. You have players like Finn doing like the e-commerce part of it. You really excel in that part. And then trying to build models that when the OEM has these 100 cars, they want to put all the cars into this bucket because that is what makes most sense. And that going back to the risks, if you have spread the risk in the wrong place, it will be too expensive, right? So that is, it's fundamentally to sort of look at the risk universe holistically, also the margin universe, and try to put the risks where they belong. And I think a lot of players have some work to do in that space.
Thanks, Hans. And we've heard a little bit about business economics and the business model. And how do you actually make business sense when you're moving from traditional ownership into the subscription space? We talked about that. But I'd really like to just touch a little bit on frictionless experience. And how do you create user experience that actually makes sense when it's not about the traditional ways of owning a car? Max, I would like to come to you in terms of what are the frictions that you see that you think the different players in that space could be better at?
Look, I think there's things that everybody can be better at, right? And I think like starting from a consumer point, I think there's a lot of work that we all have to do to really deliver better products, deliver them faster, and deliver them at lower prices. And I think I really like starting kind of like with my own product, because I think that's also just the thing that is most actionable to me, and I don't like complaining. So like, I think we, for example, can do a massively better job at managing assortment consistently. So we work with a partner like Hyundai. Hyundai is like an amazing partner in this, where we have like very consistent assortment throughout the different models. But for some of the other OEMs, it's very, very hard for us to ensure consistent supply across the different cars. And that's, of course, frustrating for users if they want to have a certain model, if they are looking for a specific brand and they can't get it, and they then will become loyal Hyundai customers, I'm sure. But consistency is really, really key there. One of the other aspects that I'm seeing is that a lot of the user experience we are kind of like abstracting. So like we see ourselves as kind of like the aggregation layer and the single face to the customer. And obviously a lot of things are breaking in the background, right? Like damage management is an incredibly hard problem to solve. Logistics, moving 2 tons of steel can be quite cumbersome. And so I think like automating there as much as possible, making sure that the customer really doesn't see any of these complexities and just sees, like, can experience a car. I think like cars were supposed to be this kind of like symbol of freedom. And I think for many people, they are not a symbol of freedom anymore, but they much rather like are in some situations a burden and not the most fun aspect of their life and day. And so like thinking about how you can give people this freedom and this flexibility and this simplicity is absolutely key.
Thanks, Max, as well. And I'd like to turn to the audience. Having heard a little bit about the debate now around the alternative ownership models and the shift to subscription, I'd love to see if there are any questions in the audience and anything you'd like to ask our panel guests today.
Don't worry, you don't have to catch it.
Don't throw it, Leon.
I was expecting that you would be throwing the box. I'm disappointed. It's okay. So, I'm hearing about the risk that Mr. Michel was speaking about, and I was interested about how insurance companies are looking at the next generation of vehicles, level 4, level 5 autonomous systems, where I don't know if you ride a vehicle, does the risk stay with the OEM, or does the risk stay with the company who is offering the subscription models. I don't know. There might be several different models also with the autonomous vehicles. I mean, like Tesla says, it owns the vehicle, but it can subscribe to you or give it to you for usage. So how do you see it?
Great question. Michael?
Absolutely great question, and I would actually give a wrong answer to tell you I would know it all at the moment. What I can see, so first and foremost, I think the risk is shifting actually from moving towards autonomous. We would like to keep the car actually being insured. You have a license plate to be on the street, so you're always secure. However, the liability questions are also more complex then going forward. So is it the software? Is it the operator? What is actually the fault of the accident or the claim which is created? And I think that's a evolving discussion in the industry, how we are creating a clear and transparent environment around it. What I could say is that within Allianz, we have a wide team of experts discussing and reviewing that, and discussing it also with the operators, with the OEMs, and see how we can, and with the digital companies here, with Microsoft obviously as well, to really reflect upon all the components in there. But the liability question will stay. Is it a product liability? Is it general liability? Is it a motor third-party liability? The liability questions are the key in the discussion. And as we evolve, we will learn more about this, and will base our decisions on that. But also important, regulation is key. Yeah. So the motor third-party liability markets in every market in the world is highly regulated. Highly regulated. So it's a debate also with the regulator how to find the right ways and create safety to the mobility participants on the streets. And that's everybody of us has a role to play. So I'm looking forward in 3, 5, or 10 years when we have actually more of these vehicles on the streets. Currently, it's really more about pilots. And we learn on the pilots, and we evolve on that basis.
And Hans, I can see you have something as well to add.
And I think like the autonomous, like if you look a little bit into the future, it's interesting. And when we look at the telematics across our different fleets, we see that the cars are being used 4% of the time, right? They're in drive. And that is not a lot, right? And I think it's our responsibility to grow that number. And when you have access to a car instead of owning it, it is easier to share it. At least that is what we have learned through pilots. So I think like building that on usership models and then putting other mobility schemes on top of the car is the way to go. So I'm not sort of concerned about the usership models when things become more autonomous. I think that will just sort of accelerate each other.
But then we have to distinguish, right? So I think this palette, where it's very static in terms of you buy the vehicle, you commit for Germany 6 years, yeah? And then we move into financing, where at least after 2 years you can decide whether you want to really own it or not, and then leasing, subscription, and then really we move into hailing. And I think this is then also interesting what's coming next, right? And looking at this forum here, focusing really on mobility, I think this is then the next stage. I think this will be very exciting to see, especially how OEMs, but also how platforms like yours are evolving. We are, for example, strategically invested in Grab. It's one of the biggest car-hailing providers in Southeast Asia, with about 40 million rides every month. And this is also how we learn. We have Motional in Las Vegas, with I think now 2.4 million kilometers that have been driven with autonomous vehicles, the Ioniq 5. And this is also how we have to learn, where we are co-learning, and then also I think where these platforms have to evolve into, which is good for you, right? So the development is not done yet. Then enabling also this, yeah, how to move then even from subscription into potentially hailing.
It won't get boring.
Yeah.
It certainly won't get boring, but it's really important to have the foresight and the strategy and planning to be able to knit it all together. Because I think, Max, your point at the beginning was that not one single player can really innovate and imagine it all. And the ecosystem is becoming ever more complex. with innovation, with new technology, with new options in that space, it's ever growing. So it's really important, Florian, to what you've said, is really to think about how can the industry create the right experiences for consumers and anticipate how these things come together and how they knit together. And that only happens through conversations and collaborations, not black boxes where individual players innovate in the wrong sense of the world, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Let's turn to our audience again. Let's see if there is one more question coming through.
The queue.
This is the mic.
You passed the test.
Okay, Maximilian, congratulations on a fantastic company. I wonder if you agree with my friend Hans that the residual value risk sits best with the OEM. It's a very capital-intensive business, right? So where does it sit best?
It doesn't sit best with startups, I would say. Like you need to have a balance sheet to handle that residual value risk. And I think there's different players. Like for example, if you would talk to a ID LeasePlan now, Avens, like they would say the residual risk sits best with them because they see this as their core strength, where they have a lot of intelligence, a lot of experience, a lot of remarketing firepower to actually handle that residual value risk. And so I think like there's different answers to this, and I think the only honest answer that I have is like I think we're not the best people to handle residual value risk, just because of like a balance sheet question and like also growth appetite that we have, right? Like we want to grow very, very quickly, and there it's not this risk is not something that goes well with rapid growth.
Thanks, Max. And I think the residual value question is a really important question in the industry to solve.
And sorry, one more point. And it definitely shouldn't be with consumers and B2B fleets. Like I think that's one of the weirdest things that I think that is quite peculiar about the automotive industry. I think when cars were a fraction of one's income, like decades ago, I think it made sense to take them onto your own balance sheet and then just basically use them for 20 years and be done with them. But like as they are becoming more and more expensive, as cars are becoming not a fraction of your salary, but like sometimes a multiple of your salary, I think that can be a very concerning point if you have a depreciating asset on your own balance sheet that represents a bunch of risk that you are not equipped to handle because you're not a residual value expert. And so I think that's probably also part to that answer.
Thank you, Max.
Michael. But maybe to add, I think the residual value risk in electric vehicles is actually also an opportunity for operators in the usage-based industry, because in the end, the operator needs to handle somehow, behind the scenes with the OEM, with the leasing company, with the financing company, that risk. But it reduces the risk for the usage. So people are moving. If I want to experience an electric vehicle, for me it's better not to buy. For me, it's better to actually use one with a model of leasing, with a model of subscription, with one of those
have
models.
The longest test drive in the world, right? Like get a Hyundai Ioniq 5 on Finn.
And I mitigate as an individual, as an end client, this risk. And that allows me actually to move faster into the new electric vehicle world. So for me, it's a true opportunity actually, but it needs to be somewhere actually sitting the risk.
And I would love to hear Florian's voice in this as the actual OEM representative on the floor as well, because we're talking about you. And I think it would be really helpful to hear. What do you think about that?
So I think also not the right person now to tell you exactly where the risk has to go. And this is not my position. But I wanna say that we have to make sure that this whole structure is holistically sustainable, because what I see is, especially when new businesses thrive, then some part of the value chain doesn't get a cut that makes sense long term. This is also what Hans said earlier. So if we are talking about these partnerships, we have to have clear roles where the party that has the best ownership actually executes certain tasks and certain risks. Then we have a clear coordination. So how we are sharing data, who is doing what. A little bit like this Agrippa's analogy of the body, right? So you have the arms, you have the intestines, and everything only works and thrives if they work together. And the last thing is that it has to be sustainable, because what I see is the risk right now that we are moving this RV risk between the parties, and the OEM in this case would give hefty discounts in order to reach their volume goals or their fleet emission goals, but it's not making profit. And then it cannot last long. So we have to make sure that the value that we are creating through this partnership is also distributed to different participants in a way that it continues to be successful. Otherwise, we are building a bubble. And I think this is something we all do not want, because I really like your point, right? So after housing, the vehicle is the biggest investment that people make. Yeah? So it is something, and it means something. And we have to be humble and acknowledge that, and we have to make sure that there's access to mobility, but it has to be sustainable in whatever mode we do it.
Thanks, Florian. And I think it's really incredibly important to remember value distribution and understand how that needs to be managed. To end that discussion, I would like to bring Hans on that particular question. Hans, what's your view?
No, I think it's good to look at it from different perspectives, and the other side of RV risk. Like, you look at this as a liability, but it's also for an OEM, it's RV management. If you have used cars dropping in price, I sell them to a leasing company. They just get 1,000 cars, drop them into the market. That's not good for my new car prices either. So I think that with the usership models, you actually get the ability to do multi-cycle. So you can plan the residual value for one cycle. Say I have a 24-month contract. I believe the RV will be this. Then I get an attractive market price out on a monthly basis. And then I sort of, at 24 months, I see that we're actually below the curve. Okay, then it's a remarketing decision. I will actually take this as a used car leasing or subscription again. And if you look at this in a multi-cycle, you tend to sort of hit the line at some point, or you're sort of in a good position in the line and you sell the car. So I think these kind of models gives you more strategic tools to do RV management that will also help your new cars. And that is where you sort of have to be, not in control, but you have to be in partnerships so that you can sort of look multi-cycle and work on the value chain together.
Thank you, Hans. And I know that 1 hour is flying by without even realizing. I am really enjoying this conversation. And there is so much more that needs to be said on this topic. So we're only scratching the surface. I know that amongst our friends here in person, as well as those who have tuned in as we broadcast live, there are lots of innovators and players in that space that would love to continue the discussion. So we're not going to stop it, but we are going to just do a couple of provoking thoughts to end with. And what I wanted to ask you all is, imagine you had superpowers, and now you had the ability to either overcome the biggest blocker or unleash the biggest enabler of alternative ownership in the market. What would you do? Max, I will start with you.
Sure. So I think what can be a very defining quality of Germans is kind of like a little bit of a reluctance to change, a little bit of a like we've always done it like that. And so I think like when we see all the change that is happening in terms of technology, in terms of where the market is going, what I would like, not the consumers, not the buyers, but really the partners in that ecosystem to be a little bit more embracing that change and thinking about kind of like, hey, what can we do? What can we create? Where can we go? And really embrace that change, because I think that's the healthiest thing, and that's what creates the most value for consumers.
Thank you, Max. Michael?
I have a whole list of wishes, but if you ask me. So maybe the very first one is about, the good thing, what I can see already also in this smart mobility space here, that we bring the parties together to really solve the things. And it's moving a world where true partnerships really matter, and where we can solve things really also together. So we cannot act in our silos anymore to actually win the game against maybe countries like China, for example. What I also would like to see is the change of regulation. Yeah? So especially when it comes to insurance, out of good reasons. There are lots of regulations actually out there, especially on the motor third-party liability, but also if you want to sell insurance, for example, or provide insurance individually to clients. And I think the harmonization across Europe and maybe also globally could really help to overcome the hurdle, because many times the insurance companies are confronted with the question, why are you so complicated? I don't want to be so complicated, but sometimes, or many times, I really have to follow the rules and regulations in the various countries, which makes it also complex. Yeah? And maybe last but not least, I think it's all the data exchange. Yeah? And how to more easily exchange the data to really come towards the next level of insights and to build better customer experiences, to mitigate the risks better. So these data exchanges, I think we can simplify going forward.
Thanks, Michael. 3 wishes on your list in terms of superpowers.
You asked me second, so.
Florian.
At the risk of rephrasing the cooperation part a bit differently, I think for me it's making it more simple. There's a tendency that everything becomes so professional that the consumer needs to obtain a micromaster in doing whatever. In getting an insurance, in buying a car, in also subscribing is already, I think, the right move there. But we're professionalizing in a way that makes sense for the organizations. Because in the organizations they're professionals. Yeah, I'm sitting in my salon, I've been doing this insurance, I've been doing this IT platform, I have been building this feature for the vehicle. But the question is, what is the value that's created, and is it actually accessible? Because the world around us is getting more and more complex. And I would wish that consumers have this capacity for, now, if the romantic part, for their families or for their lives, and that we are more servant. And that we all join the forces to overcome the frictions that are between the systems and make it as simple and as understandable and as fair as possible. Yeah? And this is where I think that really flexible modes of accessing vehicles really helps. One price tag, everything is included, I understand it, I can quit it. I think this is a progress. Yeah? And I hope that we are able to do this together. Yeah?
Great.
Thanks, Florian. Simplicity is definitely a major point that needs conversation. And Hans, give us your perspective. What would you do?
My superpower?
Superpower.
So I think we have an OKR in our company that those of us that travel the most sort of stay married. So I think if my wife were to choose, it would be teletransportation or something. But no, we work with a lot of OEMs, large corporates. So I think like superpower within like bureaucracy crashing would be kind of good to have. It's for me, life is too short for slow projects. So I'll go for that.
Brilliant. I love it. Thank you so much for being part of this fascinating conversation. To everybody who watched us and tuned in today, we started this panel with unpacking how can consumers move from traditional ownership model to alternative ownership models like subscription. We talked about the customer mindset and how that's evolving and what organizations really need to do to cater for the needs of customers. And what we've learned is that there is no one-size-fits-all, and we really need to be respectful of the needs of the consumer and help get where the consumer is, not really impose predefined models. Secondly, we talked about business economics and the fact that Max gave us a very good advice that it's really important to think about your business economics and make sure that it makes sense before you launch too far. And maybe that's why you and your company are successful, because you've thought about that well. So thank you for that advice. And the business economic question is not simple. We talked about residual value. We talked about the various players. We talked about risk. We talked about what it takes to actually run profitably, very much still up and coming formats of alternative ownership. And there is still so much to be done in this space and seen in this space. And we ended with talking about the frictionless experience. We talked about data, trust, and actually what we need to do. Thank you for sharing your superpower wishes. I genuinely am excited if in the next few years the world manages to fulfill those wishes, because I think we as consumers will be better for it. But for now, I'm going to be satisfied with the fact that we've had an amazing conversation, which really got me thinking, and I hope it got you all thinking about this. Thank you very much for being part of this conversation, and looking forward to seeing what happens in your world next. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can we take a
And just to let you know, we have another break and we'll be back just before the hour. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the Founders Fight at IAA Mobility. Make some noise! This is how I love my audience. Thank you so much for coming. You have just been in luck. You're not in town, you're not in some other hall. You are in the best place you could possibly be during the entire week. This is where the excitement is. This is where the Founders Fight takes place. All of you guys need to have those 2 cards. Do you have them? Show me. Oh, up there we don't have cards. We need people who have those cards. Not only can you scan and find more information about all the jurors and all the startups, it is also the core of this entire event. Let me quickly tell you what's going to happen. We are going to get 2 founders up on the stage here who will battle each other on who has the better startup. Once that is done, if they haven't battled tough enough, we actually get people that know startup, people that know business. On the stage, they are our haymaker judges. Why are they called haymaker judges? Because they're going to ask the most toughest question they can come up with. The typical stuff that you just whisper amongst yourself about a bad performance, they are going to bring on stage. Because the startups have all the answers. They are going to answer, and then it's your turn to make the decision who is going to be the best mobility startup champion ever. And you do make that decision by showing me a red card or a blue card. Simple as that. All right? For you to make the decision easier, we also get an influencer involved. But most importantly is that all the startups are here for fun. All the startups are here for joy. But it is a very, very difficult show. So, without further ado, I actually now want to introduce you to the haymakers, and I'm going to ask all the haymakers to please come on stage and join me here for a quick introduction.
Hey! Woo! Thank you, thank you, thank you. Far too kind. Can I get an encore? Do you want more? Cook and roll with the Brooklyn boys. So for one last time, I need y'all to roll. Now what the hell are you waiting for?
So, before I introduce each and every one of you, Christian, who are you and what are you doing here?
I'm Christian Vorländer. I'm the new Executive Director for the Mobility Business Unit of the Messe München. And welcome here on the IAA Mobility 2025. We are very pleased and excited that you all are here and you all are enjoying the future of mobility.
The man of the house, a big hand up.
My name is Simon Herzog, and together with Luise Bürgermeister from Messe München, I acquired the startup for the startup stage here on a global level, and I work for Unternehmertum, which is the leading startup hub in Europe.
Munich represent. Woo! Word up.
Great, okay, I'm the only woman here, so I make it quick and fast. So I'm Charlotte Buchholz, heading public policy, that's lobbying for AWS on EMEA level. And also if you're any interested from a startup perspective to talk to AWS, I'm your girl.
Hosting startup technology, give it up.
Hi, my name's Roger Atkins. I come from London, England. I have lost my horse. If you see my horse, his name's LinkedIn. If you can call him, give him some nuts, and point him in my direction, I'd be most grateful. Thank you so much, everybody.
Influencer power.
Hey, I'm Johannes from EATR Mobility. I'm representing Europe here, so really looking forward towards that fight, and yeah, great to be here. Thank you.
Go Europe!
Hi. My name is Claudius. I'm a general partner at Leitmotiv. We're a $300 million VC firm from Palo Alto and Munich. And we're looking for startups with a global ambition, startups that really want to change the world. I'm looking forward to seeing them here.
Bullshit talks, money walks. Thank you so much. Guys, I got to get you off stage. And all of you also need voting cards. Come inside. We still got a few seats left. Join the fun. Because now you get an understanding of what the show is all about. We're going to get our first startup on stage, and it's going to be Moritz from Bearways. Where there's a Moritz in the red corner, there must be a Philip and a blue corner. Philip, join us on stage. Gentlemen, shake hands. It's the last time that you're going to be nice to each other. And just before we get going, all of our haymakers are really, really nice people. They are so nice to the startups. They're very supportive, but it's not their job today to be nice. They're going to be as mean as they can. Don't hold that against them. They are providing entertainment for you guys. Yeah? So what we need you to do is to honor that. And what we also need you to do is to honor that these are startups. Startups are always for each other, not against each other. But who wants to stand here and listen to 6 times Jugendforscht young entertainment pitch slides? Nobody. Yeah? So this is why we provide entertainment instead for you guys. So that you don't just sit there and say, okay, bitch, please entertain me. You have a much more active role. You are going to transfer your positive energy on stage so that everyone is going to have a great time here tonight. So we'll train that once, because instead of saying, bitch, please, you are going to shout at the top of your lungs, pitch, please. And with that, the guys know what time it is. We'll try that once, okay? On the count of 3, all of you go, pitch, please. 1, 2, 3. Pitch, please. Those 2 guys were louder than the entire auditorium, yeah? So I'm just coming from an HR show where we've done this yesterday. Automotive must be louder than HR. Come on, all right? You guys shut up. You shout, pitch, please, and then we'll go again. 1, 2, 3. Pitch, please! Much better. You still have to shut up.
I don't take the rules.
But now you do have to talk. And on the count of 3, we're going to shout at the top of our lungs. 1, 2, 3.
Hey, I'm Moritz. We're from Bearways. And you know, you're all here and you're not there somewhere out there and being bored by some experts on seats. You love experience, you love the fun. And just imagine, while you're all driving home tomorrow, you're driving to Wolfsburg, to Zuffenhausen, to whoever cares. Why take the boring, boring highway? Why don't you have nice experiences with your vehicles and experience great roads, beautiful scenery, might be good restaurants? That's what we do at Bearways. We offer you a navigation that fits to your interest, to your vehicles, and offers you experience. Porsche is already using us on a global scale. So it's not just an idea and a vision, it works. So fun is the big, big thing. But of course, you want to arrive safe. And that's our second segment. We're now also entering in defense to make our world safer. How do we get logistics up front? And we do it.
Thank you. 1 minute, maybe short or very long, but it's all trained. Heading over to Philips. And once again, 3, 2, 1.
I don't know about you, but I've been walking around this course and I've seen a big Google booth over there. You know, what's the first time I see when I get in my car? Oh, do you want to use Android Auto? And do you know what else Android is offering? Google Maps. And Google Maps brings me anywhere fastest as possible. And why can they do what you can't do? Because essentially they have the mobile data from every Android device everywhere. They know what the best route is, and you don't, because you can't possibly have more users than there are Android devices out there. So please tell me, what is still left there? Okay, scenic rides maybe, but how big is the market for that? I'm not sure if you're going to make money with that.
Thank you, bringing so much aggression on stage. Whoop, whoop, that's how we're going to see. You just have forgot to introduce yourself first, because the 1 minute is actually for introduction first. But nevertheless, we'll change rules, we'll be dynamic. Do you want to defend yourself?
Oh, no, of course. I mean, I don't need to defend myself against Google Maps. They're out there. Take them if you want. The thing is, you won't enjoy it. You're just going to be driving. And yes, they are global, but nevertheless, companies like Porsche, like Tog, they already pay us because we aren't Google. If you want to take Google, do it. No problem. The car makers need to differentiate, they need to build brand, and that's what we're offering, and not be in some standard service for 2 billion drivers. So the customization is what changes the things, and Google Maps doesn't provide that.
Thank you. We'll see if that was supporting. Now we'll go back to the beginning and see that you can introduce us to Manix AI. And on 2, 1.
Hit!
Hi, I'm Philip from Munich AI, and I'm here to make your factory a whole lot smarter and your life a whole lot easier. Wouldn't it be nice if all of the data that is stored in your factory in SAP, ERP, and MES systems would be analyzed by AI agents and brought into action on your shop floors? Well, that's pretty much what we are doing at Munich AI. We have built a general-purpose data platform that combines all of these different data sources, analyzes risk trends, combines that with your customer complaints, and help you to optimize your manufacturing line. One proof of this is what I'm holding here in my hand. This part was optimized by one of our AI agents and helped to finish the paint job. This is what we are doing, delivering real impact. And our customers, BMW, Stellantis, Audi, are trusting us. So if you want to become one of them, please come find me after the pitch. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wonderful. So why don't we ask the customers? Initially good. We feel we ended up being their test group as we relied on finding the problems with the software. We never got the software that works and have abandoned implementation. Almost none of the imported tools worked. Some things would get fixed, others would break. Of course, it's not totally new, but they have a few brands on their webpage. None of those customers said, yes, that's what we love and use. On the other hand, the two of the founders are still using their Dragon AI email on the internet. Why don't they go to, how are you called, Maxar? Something like that. And then you say, okay, well, we just raised 8 million. Yes, 8 million. Look, this is the cap table. What is overhyped AI on the cap table with 21 small investors and 2 big ones? I mean, pre-money valuation of 24, post-money 32, that's overhyped. AI needs more and not just a few data points and a logo on the website.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Philip, your turn to defend yourself starts now.
You did your homework. Cheers to that. But well, why did we get so much money? Because we have investors that actually believe in our mission. Yeah, 8 million. With a, back then, 20 people startup, that's quite a lot. And I don't know whether you used AI to generate these customer reviews, but I can tell you, we have 20 customers right now that are already in global, not 20 are in global rollout, but some of them are. And many more will follow because we make sure that we go into the factories and we just don't sell any fairy tales about maps and stuff. We go there to the shop floor, we look at how it's done there, we help them to improve the business. We earn our money by actually saving costs, right? So we only earn money when our customers save money. And that's why investors are so glad to work with us, because we're going to make much more of that.
Thank you. Oh, this has been a heavyweight fight. I'm going to get my haymakers on stage. Claudius, Charlotte. So we're starting with bare waste. Equally well prepared, I know, Charlotte. Off you go.
Absolutely. So thank you so much. So AI and big data, right? Real-time navigation software. High-resolution satellite imagery from the ESA. And you're working with Mercedes. You said Porsche, because I only couldn't find Mercedes on your website. So my question to you is, if you claim your solution might be innovative, that's great. But when it comes to companies such as Google or TomTom, let's be honest about that, they could easily provide the same kind of update into what they're doing already and make you obsolete overnight. So how do you conquer that?
Of course they could, but they don't do. That's the whole thing. Google has a different business model. They want to sell, but have your time and sell advertisement. They don't want to sell ad excitement. And yes, they could. If Google did it, actually go out there and ask all these car makers who don't want to work with Google. They'll be coming through us and be running to us to find an alternative. Yes, they could, they don't, they have a different business model, and I'm extremely relaxed. And I've been relaxed since 6 years because Porsche launched, and we get really, really good remarks on that.
Thank you. Claudius, Grill Manex.
All right. Philip, so you say you're working with automotive companies, for instance, to improve their quality. Isn't automotive a segment where already almost everything is kind of squeezed out in terms of quality gains? So are you really squeezing the quality, or are you squeezing the personal cost?
No, I definitely think it's not optimized to the fullest extent yet, because how automotive factories work is there is an issue, your test gets longer, you add an additional test, an additional test, an additional test, and eventually your worker can't do them anymore, all in full. And what we are doing, for instance, with our intelligent testing module, is actually making these test sequences dynamic and only proposing the tests that have the highest probability of success. Thereby, we find more defects while reducing the overall amount of tests that is applied, and thereby realizing efficiency gains on the one hand, and also saving warranty costs because we find more defects in the factory and not at the customer side.
Boring! Whoop, whoop. Always be fighting. So, we are asking the man of the house to come on stage, because I couldn't make a call yet. Christian, who do you have up front? Influence the market.
Hello, everybody. I can say you convinced me, absolutely. This was, sorry to say, boring, maybe important, but I vote for the excitement, and it's my recommendation to you. Go for the excitement. IAA Mobility is, of course, because we want to promote artificial intelligence. That's very good. That's excellent. But I want to explore new ways. I want to explore bare ways. Vote for it.
So like and subscribe. The market has made a call, but it's your call. And now on the count of 3, you're either going to show me a red card.
Red!
Make some noise for Munich!
If you are for bare ways, or you're going to show me the blue card if you are for Munich.
Card 2.
Does everybody have their cards?
Get your red card.
On the count of 3, show me your cards. 1, 2, 3.
Yes! Thank you!
This is a very close call, but that corner over there definitely tipped the scale. Bare ways may move into the final. We'll never know, because we have 6 startups, and only 2 of those will make it to the final. Such a great fight. Guys, you both deserve an applause for opening the stage with so much energy. Thank you so much. And with that, we're heading on to our second fight. Into the red corner, I'm calling Anna Maria from Caruso. Where there's a red corner, there's a blue corner. That blue corner is Gianluca from High Power.
Yeah, right out of the crowd. There's no escaping. Once my blade starts scraping, my sworn indeed make more niggas bleed. Wanna be MCs, so swift.
Guys, shake hands. Oh, hesitant to shake hands. I like the energy. All right, you all know what time it is. You all know the rules. I have my timer ready, and on the count of 3, we're going to transfer some energy up here. And I'm asking you for 3, 2, 1. Hang on. Guys, we've worked on that. We've worked on that a lot. We got to be a lot louder. All right? So once again, 3, 2, 1. That's what I like.
Picture this. You take your e-bike to the city center, and when you arrive, there's no safe parking. You chain your bike up to a pole, and fingers crossed, it's still there when you come back. Now imagine, on a spot where 1 car could park, there could be 12 bikes safely secured. Dry, locked up, and invisible to thieves. That's not fantasy, that's Caruso. Caruso is a smart, rotating bike parking system. You just walk up, you book in advance your spot, you rotate it by hand, and you store your bike safe, dry, and locked up. And here's the best part. You don't need any construction, no messy foundation or electricity. You just drop it in place, and you can work, and it works. Cities love it because it tidies up and it saves space. Citizen loves it because your bike is still safe. And operators love it because it pays back fast due to multiple revenue streams, user fees, and also ads on the outside panels. That's Caruso.
Thank you. That's a perfect finish on the minute. Now it's your turn to introduce yourself. You've got your 1 minute. And on the count of 3, I'm trusting you guys have learned your lesson now. We are going to say 3, 2, 1. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Gianluca Corbellini from High Power, and talking about this company, what is Germany very famous globally for? What do you think?
Yeah, beer.
Engineering, of course, but engineering very often, it means boring engineering, and this is really the pinnacle of boring engineering I've ever seen. And I want to add also that this morning I've been crossing the other stages in the other part of the conference, and I saw so many crazy Chinese cars that are way cheaper than your solution. And then I'm thinking, is it better to buy a 600 horsepower Chinese car or a piece of steel where you can put your car and feel like, oh no, I'm scared that it will be stolen? So I wish you the best luck, but I think this is the most difficult product you can sell globally out of Zurich or very expensive cities. Thank you.
Thank you. So we again went straight into the attack. You can defend yourself. We have to explain our rules better, but the defense is all yours.
Yes. Do you really think that we still drive cars that we do now? Do you really think ownership and the parking lots and everything, the climate change, etc., is going on with the cars? I don't think so. The cycling industry is rising. We have so many e-bikes. We should store them somewhere. And most of us have a bike. Maybe the most of you do actually have two bikes. One for the commuting every day and the other one for the fun part. Why is that? Because no one can store their bike securely. And I don't think that's the solution. Yeah.
That's it? Quick attack, quick defense, and now you're going to introduce yourself with a minute that's all yours, and off you go.
Yeah. We all love renewables, but they are intermittent and uncontrollable. And this is driving two main problems in the energy systems. Number one, we are facing crazy intraday volatility in energy prices. This means that charging your electric vehicles or very big loads is becoming very risky because you could charge when the prices are very high. The second problem is in the infrastructure. The more we have renewables into the grid, the more it's difficult to balance perfectly demand and production. So in both cases, flexibility is becoming the king of commodities. So with our platform, Flexo, we enable automated optimization of flexibility, including electric vehicle charging, stationary batteries, and solar panels. And in this case, we're already collaborating with global companies like Axpo, E.ON, Stellantis, Iveco, and Toyota. And we're looking forward to grow very fast during the coming years, including bidirectional charging and other kind of flexible assets. Thank you.
Thank you. There is a fan. I like that. Your turn to attack that model.
Yes, so many companies promise already charging, smart charging. What exactly does your Flexo platform do that standard charging management systems don't? And also, you talk about virtual power plants and flexibility markets on your platform, but for a fleet operator, how easy is it really to set up? Is it just plug and play, or is it a month-long IT project?
Thank you, you're very kind.
Big punch.
Lovely. But I would say, it's very easy to connect to our solution. So we have a full set of, let's say, plug-and-play API to connect to charging point management system in case of fleet managers, or to local gateways, local energy management system for batteries and solar. And how we are different in at least two ways. So first of all, we're already delivering what is called value stacking. So we target at the same time with the same assets price arbitrage on the spot energy market, and we provide ancillary services to electric grids. In Switzerland, where we are based, we already do this with thousands of electric vehicles and hundreds of batteries very effectively through Axpo. And so thanks to this new innovation, you're right, there are many competitors, but working with those big brands is not happening very often, and we think this will be key to success.
When the defense is longer than the attack, we'll never quite know. But we do know that we need some haymakers on stage that are going to heat things up here. And that is why into the red corner, I'm looking for Johannes. Grab a mic. And Roger for the blue corner. Where is my British cowboy? And with that, the red corner always starts. Johannes, haymaker away.
Yeah. Thank you. I mean, in the end, you sold a very boring product that is basically just an empty steel case where people are supposed to park their bike. However, I've seen many of these that are actually not being used. So how do you ensure that they don't stay as an empty steel box, but are actually used to be parked?
Our Carusos are like, we can fit up to 12 bikes, and I think that's the perfect size, because like the large parking houses, or even like the underground ones, they are just too large for German cities. We cannot have like those big ones. They're gonna stay empty. We had it at a city festival, and even with user fees, we had over 80% of usage over 10 days. And I think that just says that we need some infrastructure for the mobility of bicycles, at least everywhere. Yeah.
All right, thanks. Thank you.
Gianluca, so I agree with you. There's a big pie that's being made, a big cake, and everyone wants a slice of it. How can you get a slice over the big players? You know, this energy thing now, that's what this is all about, this show. The energy thing, massive amount of money, big opportunity, shitloads of money. How are you going to muscle in on all of that action?
So our difference is also that we have experience in more than 10 years in doing this kind of optimization, spinning off our company from a university in Switzerland, and we think we have a very sustainable and profitable business model that we're developing with profit sharing with our customers and partners, and we really plan to work together with the biggest logistics, leasing, and dealers company globally. So we think that the scale will be really the key driver to succeed.
Yeah, you say scale, but how much money do you need over what period of time, and what runway have you got so that you don't crash at the end of it before all of this happens? Because it is happening, but it's not happened quite yet.
That's true, it's happening slowly, but I think this year in particular, through the announcement that we had from E.ON, BMW, BYD and so on, this is really the year of change where we see the new business model happening. The pressure is starting also because of newcomers in the automotive sector, and we think reducing the total cost of ownership through smart charging and VPPs is really key to success.
And with that, though, the haymaking needs to stop, because it's always one punch. You already got into because you are the man, you are the influencer. However, we actually now get an influencer on stage who is going to be Simon. And Simon.
I need a microphone. So maybe to summarize what we heard, we had a bike parking solution, infrastructure for bike parking. From my experience, it takes sometimes years for the municipality to decide to bring new products, new physical structures into the city. And hopefully a startup is not bankrupt before the policymakers decide to build new parking lots. This is one point. Also, I would say it's infrastructure solution software is much easier to scale for a startup. Probably you can use intelligent cameras or just put AirTags on pressure spikes. So, but without energy, you have somehow nothing. And to power electric vehicles in a sustainable way, you need renewable energy. And therefore, I would go for Hive Power, a software solution, bringing renewable energy into the electric cars of the future and much more. So this is my vote.
And if you like that vote, you like and subscribe for the influencer. So with that, we are going to ask you once again to show us your cards, either Caruso and the red corner, or Hive Power and the blue corner. And on the count of 3, show me your cards. 1, 2, 3. Oh, very close. So this is how we run when things are really close. You know I like energy, you know I like loudness. So I'm going to count to 3. And then you're either going to be super loud for the red corner and Caruso, or super silent if you are for the blue corner. And then we'll swap. All good? So you're going to make some noise on the count of 3 for Caruso if you are for the red corner. 1, 2, 3. Hey! Sounds like a lot of support. I got hit by the shockwave here. And now we do the exact same thing for the blue corner. Energy to power. 1, 2, 3. Oh, I hear a slight advantage for bringing your own team and that being very loud. I think if you should have done that as well, you would have won. But so I'm going to give the win to the blue corner. And with that, you see, we are just as corrupt as the boxing game is itself. We are heading towards our final and third fight of the evening. And with that, Let new people come in, let other people go out. It's just the natural circle of a Founders Fight life. But we can't waste any time because we got to get new startups on here, and I'm going to call for the red corner. And in that red corner, I want to see Yasmin from Unio. Thank you, Yasmin. Where there is a red corner, there must be a blue corner. That blue corner is filled with Raymond from Magic Lane.
And peep the technique.
Hello. Guys, you can shake hands for the final time before you also will move into attack and defense mode. But first of all, you are all going to pitch. So for the new ones, what we're going to do is at the top of our lungs, we're going to shout, pitch please, as soon as I'm going to give you the signal. And that starts now. 3, 2, 1.
Hello, everybody. My name is Yasmin from Unio, and let's all imagine the following. The world is overrun by a monster called the connectivity gap. And this gap feeds on drop signals, but cars desperately trying to stay online. And while more than 400 million connected cars are hitting the road by end of this year, this little monster turns bigger and bigger. Our only weapon to date is 5G. But this is really like a butter knife for fighting a dragon. And this is exactly where we, Unio, come into play, because we are not only building our own satellite constellation, but we are really like marrying 5G with satellite connectivity. And this moment, we can create kind of a connectivity sword that's slicing to any single outage. And
thank you.
Thank you.
It's always 1 minute. This 1 minute starts for you now as well, Raymond. And we're going to go 3, 2, 1.
Hello,
hang on, Raymond. We have so many new people that don't know they have to be loud, yeah? But we got to be loud. We got to transfer some energy. We now got the youth involved here as well, so you guys got to be loud. You got the energy. So once again, 3, 2, 1. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Raymond. I'm a Dutch national living in Amsterdam. And we are from Magic Lane, and we are on a mission to make cities more accessible and to live and to play in those cities. How we are doing that? Every single year, 17 million cars are being produced. But every single year, 100 million small vehicles, bikes, 3 wheels, 4 wheels, electrical powered, hydrogen powered, bio-powered, are bringing to our cities. And why are we doing that? Because cities need to be less congested. And this is the mission we are. How we are doing it? To make European tech big again. Google was already mentioned, so we make European tech big again, and we bring the data which is owned by you back to you. That's what we do.
Thank you. And I'm so happy I finally got a first couple that actually understood the technique of a founder's fight. Thank you so much for that as well. And with that, it's your turn to attack. You also get 1 minute, and that 1 minute starts now.
Dear Raymond, yesterday you invite yourself for a coffee, shared with me I should always take the scenic route, and now he's even blackmailing the whole audience with chocolate. I mean, this is weaknesses, but let's talk about your weaknesses. That means you are stating that your kind of product has more than 2,000 data layers, static, dynamic. You know, I'm asking myself, do you have focus? What is the problem you are optimizing for? And lastly, what is kind of this Swiss Army knife you are currently inventing? Also, you're kind of speaking offline maps. Seriously, offline maps? We are turning SDVs, we're talking about like always on connectivity, and we are moving so fast in our world, so offline maps are kind of the product from the past. And then also Google Maps has been mentioned. We have even like 6 startups and apparently even a similar product to yourself. So what's the invention?
Whoa, whoa. Punches and bunches, tough to defend, but you can do it, Raymond. The minute is yours.
Lovely, Jasmine. Thank you for asking all those questions. So number one, the big tech companies are monetizing your data. Do you know that? And we do not even know that. So in the technology we are building, we are using open source data. And this open source data, it's 2,000 data layers, can be even 3,000. But at the end, we are optimizing this for the developers who want to use, they can pick and choose their own data layers. So that's number one. Number two, offline. I thought about it. Offline is still an issue. If you're from Germany, us driving with our cars over the German highways with our caravan, we get lost because the connectivity is not there. So how to solve the connectivity? Probably I need to marry you.
Oh, proposal on stage, I like that. You never know where things can go in a founder's fight, from fight to love, but all these things are connected anyhow. With that connection, the Flying Dutchman is going to start his attack now.
So, dear Jasmine, so fixing this connectivity problem with satellites and 5G networks, I simply don't get it. What I do like is this bigger mission, but at the end, what do you need to solve this problem? It's a massive amount of money, massive amount of people to fix this. How are you actually solving this problem?
There was one quick punch. Is the defense going to be long or short as well? There you go.
Yeah, it's like a really valid questions, right? To ask, do we really need satellite connectivity? Maybe we should call also Elon on this. And also seeing at the growth we also seen in the past, right? Or we should also call Ukraine maybe. Maybe we talk also about geopolitics, but yeah, of course. Like all this aside, I feel like this whole space market is a 1 trillion market opportunity by 2040. And to tell what, 80% of this market will be led by space-enabled services, and this is drastically driven by automotive, meaning also by kind of automation in this whole market. And this leads to the fact that no connectivity will be not an option, because otherwise we have just crashing cars and we might not even see any one autonomous driving car on this road. Thank you.
Thank you. So I am not quite hearing wedding bells quite yet. So let's see what the haymakers are going to make out of that. I'm going to call on stage Simon to haymake the red corner and Claudius to haymake the blue corner in a sec. Now we have many mics on here.
Yeah, we have too many microphones. We only need one. Yeah, so you can keep yours. So my question is to you, so why satellites? You rely on a quasi-monopoly like SpaceX. Satellites create a lot more space debris, are expensive in comparison to ground-based connectivity. So please explain me that.
Absolutely. So we all know that building up own satellite constellations is a quite CapEx-heavy mission. And in order to get there, in order to also understand like user requirements, we currently, of course, capitalize on a monopoly because this is what we do right now. But in order to also bring in more market penetration, we will build our own constellation and will be also own our infrastructure in order to build more competition in that sphere.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Heading over to the blue corner. Let's just take one of those.
All right, take this one. All right, Raymond, thank you very much for your pitch. I feel bad for you and for Bearways. You've both started with scenic routes for cars. Now they are going into scenic routes for tanks, and you're going into scenic routes for bicycles and micromobility. Which is the next niche that you're going to get into?
Whoa.
I'm sorry. I thought the haymaker was such an intelligent person.
Whoa.
And at the end, he's coming with the feature of the feature of the feature where there is no market for. So scenic routes, it's nice to have. There's no market for. The bigger picture is this. You guys are relying on American tech. American tech is paid by you because you do not claim your data. And we are here in a bigger mission to bring this data back to you.
Why are we doing it? To make cities more safer, and all these new forms of mobility needs to navigate through the cities. For a mother or a father bringing their kids to school, the safest way in a cargo bike, for example. So biking, cycling, micro-mobility, that's the route of going forward, and not stacking all those big, expensive cars in the city environment. That's the bigger mission. European tech first, guys.
Thank you. Ooh, I wouldn't know who to vote for, to be honest. I need to get an influencer in here. If I could trust one person that is well-researched, that is going to be Charlotte. Charlotte, who is going to get your money,
so
your
Magic
vote?
Lane, you really screwed it because we are US tech. So that didn't went well, honestly. But also, I have to say, for Unio, you're talking about satellite connectivity. You need the satellites up there to make it work. So right now with SpaceX, right, we have Kuiper from AWS and Amazon coming up as well. I still feel like you had quite a tough year this year, right, being acquired and had some dumps and dips. On the other hand, Magic Lane, with your solution, I was so close for voting for you.
Before you start talking...
But you really lost me, so I'm not kidding. We do need to rely on the fair competition and choice of technology, freedom of the world. So I would actually vote for Unio, because that's the future. So my vote goes definitely to the red corner.
So the market is influenced. The market has the card, because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what the influencer says, what the money says. You are the market. The market is always right. You've got the cards, and on the count of 3, you show them to me for the final prelim fight of the afternoon. So 1, 2, 3, show me your cards. That is a quite significant win for the red corner. Yasmin, you please stay on stage. That's a round of applause, especially for Raymond. Great job. Totally agree with you. You can take that with you. We need Europe. I am fully with you, Flying Dutchman, but I also love that we have an automotive show where if I look into the audience, most of you guys are men, and I love having a female founder on stage who may go into the finals. But let's have a look at the other winners. Where's Moritz? And where's Gianluca? All of you come on stage, because you guys are now going to decide the 2 of those that you want to see again. So, Moritz, come on, come up here. So you actually don't need a mic quite yet, because we first need to have a decision. You have not only a red side and a blue side, you also have the back side, which is the white side. And so I'm going to ask you first to vote of those 3, either the red card, show me the red card, if you are going for Unio and Jasmine. You're going to show me the white card, the back side of the card, if you're going for Bearways and Moritz.
White!
And you're going to show me the blue card if you're going for Gianluca and Hive Power. All understood? Any questions? No? Thank you. Wonderful. 1, 2, 3, show me your cards.
What cards?
So we definitely have a win for Jasmine. Jasmine, you're going to be in the final. So one of those 2 is going to get it from you. And now we have a second decision. You're either going to show me the red card for Moritz or the blue card for Gianluca on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. That's a super... No more white. You'll either show me red or blue. That is another sound vote. You guys, this is equal, okay? So you're going to give me a noise if you are for red and Moritz. You're going to give me noise if you're for blue and Gianluca. Let's start with red. Make some noise for Bearways.
Red!
Shut the fuck up.
No!
Give me some noise for Gianluca. Influencers, what do you see? Give me a signal. Second goes up for blue. You guys got an opinion? Who was louder? Red. Red was louder? Blue. You say blue. You're going to make my job fucking easy, aren't you? So, thank you so much, and I'm going to call out the red corner to move into the final. Gianluca, such a great job. Thank you so much.
Hey.
Thank you. Good luck. And with that, we're moving straight into the attack, straight into the defense. We're not going to hold you that much longer. We're going to finish on time, but I hope you guys are well prepared on all of these opponents, because we're going to kick things off as usual with the red corner, and you have your minute now to attack Bearways straight away. All good? Jasmine? 3, 2, 1. Minute is yours.
Yeah, well, nothing easier than the same as has been happening before. Why do we need a Google Maps 2.0, right? So we talk about like also then again like offline maps, real-time routing, like traffic updates. So what the heck is happening in this world that we are now putting on the software, which already is super saturated?
A quick attack, and you also got some really cool bystanders just behind you. Don't get shocked. Moritz, defend yourself.
I mean, I could ask, we have satellites, why do we need using satellites? But the reason is the market wants it. I mean, there are people who use it. We don't go into insolvency because we don't get the technology on the map. It works. People use it. 1,000 people every day, every hour are driving with our service. So yes, you can ask why don't they use Google, but obviously they have both and use ours. So there is a need. The brands need it. They need differentiation, and that's where we come in.
Thank you. Now, the attack is yours. I feel that you guys never need a full minute, but you got one. Here it is.
Yasmin,
Yes.
in October 2023, you raised 2.3 million euro.
2.4.
2.4. A year later, you were in insolvency. 200K with a rather small team. Godless. We need those topics. We need these nights where we talk about fuck-ups, where we show, look, it's okay to fail. It's okay to stand up, and it's okay after 1 year of insolvency to find someone who picks up the team, because I really believe you might have good engineers, but you didn't have a business. And it's really, really nice. Pardon me? Sorry, but it's the matter of fact. And in the end, you're talking about connectivity. I mean, the whole area of your startup was shorter than me explaining what connectivity is. Thank you very much. You were a gorgeous partner to fight for.
Thank you. Whoop, whoop. Even the audience is getting involved. Loving the energy once again. It's your turn to defend yourself. Jasmine, the minute is yours.
Yes, so in all that proper research you have done, it was not a full conclusion, right? So Unio was actually founded 3 years ago as a joint venture of leading European space players, as a matter also of IRIS². Somebody heard about IRIS² before? It was kind of a project, kind of a goal of the European Commission to build European critical infrastructure, independent also from American players. So, and in a matter of fact, somehow Europe doesn't have enough growth money. So this is why we went also kind of insolvent. Oh, do you have a better answer on this? Because I don't feel it, right? So this is why, for all of you, I mean, we have now beautiful new investors with the same vision to build up not only kind of a satellite constellation as a second Starlink, but rather like focusing clearly on mobility needs. And this is exactly the future, what we are building, not only for automotive, but also for agriculture.
Thank you. Now with that, we're just about to head to the final decision. But for that final decision, because it's so important, we get the entire jury up here for one massive applause from you guys. Claudius, Johannes, Christian, Simon, Charlotte, Roger, come up here. And for the final time, please influence that market.
Wow.
Wherever as a mic starts. Give this man a mic. And we have another influencer up here.
Funny,
So hopefully you do not fall down, lovely IAA. So I would go for a European-owned satellite constellation. This is my brief clue.
Which one is that? That is the red corner.
Yeah, the red corner.
This is now the orange corner, right?
Orange corner.
My vote goes for Bearways to the blue corner.
Whoa, it's getting exciting.
We definitely need more connectivity, so absolutely for the satellite project, and we can extend it to the US. So
wonderful.
I'm a Liverpool supporter. It's an easy decision. It's red.
Whoa.
Okay, yes. For me, it's clearly the European satellite project. I think after proper recap, I think this project has a chance to fly.
We've Got another influence.
Couldn't explain it better. Red for sure, by far. Let's go for it.
There's a slight advantage for the red corner, but at the end of the day, you are the market. You make that final call, and you are going to give us either the red corner for the win or the blue corner for the win. The winner of not only the Founders Fight Night tonight, but also 15 minutes of fame at IAA Mobility 2027. So there's something at stake here. On the count of 3 for the final time tonight, you show me your cards. Red for Jasmine and Unio, blue for Moritz and Bearways. On we go. 1, 2, 3. Oh. That is a pretty close. That is a close decision. Unio takes the win.
Thank you very much.
And with that, can we get some prices up here? The man of the house presents the prize.
Where's the winner?
I'm
winner
just
is hiding.
squeezing myself in. Thank you.
Just going to snug in there.
I have the great honor to give you the prize here of the Founders Fight Club. Thanks, Jan. A big applause to him and to your moderation. And thanks for your attention. Thanks to all participants. You're all winners. And the special winner for today are you. Congratulations. And you will win, and you have won 15 minutes of fame at the next IAA Mobility 2027 in, again, Munich.
Woo. Thank you very much.
Congratulations. And here, a few gimmicks. Enjoy. And to all of you, thanks for coming. Thanks for your attention. And I give back to Jan.
And with that, all I have to say, we're going to take some pictures. For you, this is going to be boring. So you enjoy this brilliant, brilliant show. Invent the future of mobility. Talk to all of the startups. Talk to the investors. Network. Have yourself a great time. Thank you so much for spending the time with us today. We're done for now. Thank you. All right, can I get all startups up here for some pictures? Gianluca, Anna Maria.
Ja, vielen Dank.
The EU scenarios are quite clear here that we will gonna have a full electrification in the road sector. And technically, it could be possible to produce e-fuels. In aviation and maritime, we have two sectors which have a strong international competition. So if you fly to Shanghai, for example, you don't have to step over and use hubs like Frankfurt or Munich. You can also go to hubs outside of Europe. And then avoid that you have to be compliant with the regulations within the European Union. Airlines often have a low margin at the right now, and fuel cost matters a lot for them. For average ticket prices, fuel costs are about 60–70%. So it's really difficult, I think, to scale up a quite expensive technologies in sectors which will need them for sure, as you said, but don't have the affordability at the moment. And if I have, in addition, companies like Porsche investing in HIF Global, for example, and then customers who can afford the high prices in the beginning, I don't think it's wrong to use it to scale up the technology as fast as possible. A second argument is, and maybe you can elaborate on that, that you always have byproducts, especially if you use conventional refineries.
Yeah. So I mean, in the end of the day, it's possible to increase the yield of a certain product as much as you want, but that also increases the cost for this product, obviously, and that is in that case usually it's the aviation industry. So the aviation industry is a bit in a difficult situation because at the one hand they have the mandates, they have the penalties, so they want to be sure that every drop we produce goes to aviation industry. At the same time, they need to finance that ramp up because what you've seen also in Tobias' presentation is that, okay, the first volumes are more expensive because of technology risk. Not really because of the technology itself, it's more of perceived risk by investors. It will decrease. So at the other hand, the aviation industry would somehow be happy to say, okay, let's share that initial burden somehow. The inconvenient truth is maybe also that this is a discussion we should have had 10 years ago regarding the climate targets, but we're a little bit too late in all sectors, not just e-fuels, also in electrification, we're just 10 years too late. And I don't think we have the luxury anymore to discuss about that. So every liter of product I give to a refinery is replacing 1 liter of fossil product. And in the end of the day, from the climate perspective, there's no real new change.
So we have 12 seconds left. I would use it for a last question, Daniel.
Yes.
What is the key challenge you're facing right now? What is your key wish for politicians? What needs to be changed?
Yeah, the challenge is really that the framework at the moment is too complex, is difficult to understand, is somehow unpredictable, and that is also a challenge we see in building the plants, in getting the investors, because we have investors which come back to us and say, look, we really try to understand the framework and the business case. We believe in the market, but we are unable to understand the framework, and therefore we have a challenge in going to the investment committee. And it's meant in a good manner if you read the regulation, but it's not something you can actually start an industry. So it is something that you can use if an industry is running already to perfectionize it, but it's not. It doesn't enable a ramp up or makes it unnecessarily expensive, and that is the key challenge at the moment. That's why e-fuels are so expensive.
Thanks a lot, Daniel. Thanks for your attention. Half an hour, we haven't got more, but we are here for your questions. So if you have questions, just come to us. Yeah, thanks a lot. It's also being recorded and will be online later. Have a nice day.
Thank you.
So, good afternoon. Okay, well, thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Fabian. I'm the chief correspondent at Süddeutsche Zeitung Dossier, and I'm mainly reporting on sustainability. Today, I have the honor of starting the next session, which will be on one of the biggest hidden climate challenges in the automotive industry, which is, of course, steel. We all know that steel is the backbone of every car, but at the same time, we also know that steel is one of the most carbon-intensive materials on the entire planet. So just to give you a sense and to jump a little bit ahead of the presentation that Lars is going to give us in just a minute, I picked out one number of your presentation, which is that in the supply chain of a battery electric vehicle, steel alone amounts for about 20% of total emissions. And in a conventional combustion engine car, it's even more, it's 27%. Therefore, decarbonizing steel is not just a technical detail, no, not by any means. It's a strategic question for the entire automotive industry. So, to set the scene, Transport and Environment has prepared brand new data showing which automakers are leading the way on the green steel race and also who is still stuck at the starting line. So, Lars, the floor is yours. Round of applause for Lars.
Good afternoon. My name is Lars Anderson. I'm a manager for green steel and the automotive industry at TNE, based in the Berlin office. Now, in order to kick us off, and so we're all on the same page when we're discussing green steel on this panel, I will quickly present you some of the key results of our green steel ranking that we published last week. Please go ahead with the next slide. Hello? Yeah. Okay, so their ranking is based on the annual leaderboard by Lead the Charge, our US partner. It's a network of 17 local, national, and international NGOs focusing on cleaning up the supply chain of the automotive industry. Now, actually, the leaderboard looks at a variety of different aspects in the automotive supply chain. This particular ranking is actually only focusing on steel. And what are they measuring? What are the key indicators we are looking at? First of all, disclose. So are automakers disclosing any greenhouse gas, steel-related emissions? Second, target setting and progress. So are automakers setting any green steel targets for primary green steel or recycling steel? And third, what we call supply chain levers. Have automakers actually signed any concrete green steel purchase agreement, or are they active in a multi-stakeholder dialogue, for example, Steel Zero, Responsible Steel, or First Mover Coalition? Now, why do we believe that this topic is so important? Well, if you look at the numbers, for us, it's quite clear. The transformation of the European and the German steel industry will not happen without the automotive industry. The automotive industry is one of the largest buyers of steel in Europe and in Germany. And for the matter of fact, the steel that European OEMs are using in their cars today is quite dirty. It's 80% flat steel, it's high emission steel, and the emission of the steel is 60% higher than the average steel of the European steel industry in Europe. So this is why we believe we need we need to act. We need to get coal out of the steel supply chain. Now let's have a quick look at the ranking. We see that Volvo is clearly at the top, followed by Mercedes, and Asian automakers are trailing behind. Now here's another graph showing OEMs by different regions. And here you can see that actually US automakers and European OEMs are virtually tied. And again, Asian automakers trailing behind. Now, if you want to check out our study, please have a look. You can also go on our website, transportenvironment.org. There you find also English version of this study. And now I'm looking forward to an exciting panel.
Thank you, Lars. Have a seat. So thank you very much indeed for the insights and for putting numbers behind the race on green steel. Let me now invite our panelists up on the stage. Thomas Becker, who is with BMW. And then we have Ola Hansen, who is with Stegra. And last but not least, we have Samuel Flückiger, who is with the European Commission.
Oh, ThyssenKrupp Steel. Huh? ThyssenKrupp Steel.
ThyssenKrupp Steel.
Nicht European Commission.
Fast.
I wish.
Almost there. So, before we dive in, let me just start with a very, very quick, brief story. When I went a couple of months ago to Salzgitter and I conducted an interview with Gunnar Gröbler, the CEO, he told me something that still got stuck in my mind and I just can't get rid of it, which is that if you want to buy a car made out of green steel, the extra cost is nothing more than just what you pay for a sunroof. So I think that pretty much puts it into perspective. And I'm wondering, asking the first question to you, Thomas, when I think of your cars, which are like premium cars, I'm wondering this much of extra cost, would that really drive away customers?
The question is, what do you want to achieve and how do you best do that? So what we do in order to be really on the pathway to Paris is to decarbonize the supply chain systematically. Because with electrification, you can assume that if you do nothing, you will have twice as much CO2 in the supply chain than you have with today's combustion engine cars. So you are net positive, but you have a much bigger CO2 emission before you actually drive the first kilometer. So nobody can meet Paris without reducing supply chain CO2. Just switching the drivetrain will certainly not do the job. So that is why already 2020, we set ourselves the target to get the average footprint of our supply chain, including a high share of electric vehicles, below the level that we had before we started making electric vehicles in a relevant scale. So that means you need to get tons of carbon out. And for us, the only thing that matters is the ton of carbon not emitted. So now let's maybe explain a little bit what that means. If you look at the footprint of a car, like the iX3, which we have over there, roughly 40% of its footprint is the battery cell. Then you have steel and aluminium with each roughly a quarter, and the rest is plastics, copper, and other stuff. So that means you have to comprehensively look into all the materials and then make sure that you get the biggest bang for the buck, meaning the biggest CO2 reduction for an additional euro you spend. And this is why saying it's just about steel is wrong. It's about less carbon achieved with the best cost-benefit ratio.
But still, as I said before, it's about like 27%. That's not a little margin. That's quite a lot.
Yeah, but The question is, how do I do it? The simplistic logic to say, put a quota on that material means that you limit competition and innovation. It is way better to say you have a currency for which everybody competes, the different materials, the different reduction options, and the different suppliers.
So if you're, I take your point, so if steel for you is not like on top of the agenda, is that also the reason why you're kind of lagging behind in the ranking?
We may lag behind because we do not sign commitments on a specific solution for steel, which we will not do. Because very clearly what we do is we approach all our suppliers and discuss what can you do, how fast, with what price. And if you take an example, we started obviously with replacing conventional energy with green energy. This is the easiest thing to do. This is what we did first. Now we ramp up the use of recycled material, which is more challenging, which is namely much more challenging for steel than for aluminium or other materials because of the low quality of most of what is on the market today in terms of shredded cars and the steel that comes out of it. We will not make any specific commitments for any specific material or any specific components. We have a corporate commitment on CO2 reduction in our supply chain, which we allocate differently between different products, different materials, different suppliers, and different solutions.
I'm wondering, since we also have Ola here on the panel, to what extent maybe a company like Stegra could help a company like BMW to move up in the ranking?
Well, I mean, we already have a contract with BMW where they are buying the steel when we are up in production and ready for that. And I think it's an interesting agreement as well because we also buy pre-consumer scrap back as well. So in a way, trying to also help the recyclability of this. So of course, I mean, we are a new company. We started only a little bit more than 4 years ago. And with the prime purpose of producing already very decarbonized steel, going up to 95% lower in CO2 emissions compared to the blast furnace, regular blast furnace steel in Europe. So that's sort of our purpose. As of course, early stage still, but the agreements we got, we pre-sold more than half of the production volume we're looking for at the first phase to customers, many in the automotive sector. And of course, these long-term agreements we signed even before production has helped us then reach FID, and we're now in construction, planning to start operation next year. So I think, I mean, BMW has helped us in a way, reached FID, and ideally we help them as always in the future and on their decarbonization path.
But could you maybe go a little bit deeper there for us on the panel, but also for the people here in the audience, like in the near future, what kind of amounts of green steel will you actually be able to provide?
The first phase...
Because before BMW is relying on you, right?
Yeah. So in the first phase, we will produce 2.5 million tons on an annual basis of flat steel. So, and then we have a plan to phase up gradually up to 5 million tons at around 2030. So that's the time plan.
And are you sure that you can actually deliver in time and that the cost is not rising? Because you will run into the problem of green hydrogen. I mean, of course, in the northern countries it's easier, but still.
Yeah, I mean, we have secured price of electricity and we're now in the construction phase. So I think, I mean, our plan looks very good, but as you always know, a project is a project. And it's this phase when you have a pile of money and you're building something. Of course, you have to have good control of your budget and the time plan. So you really keep the budget and also get the plant running in time. So that's what we're trying to do now.
Okay.
And things looks good still. So but we have our agreement. We have promised BMW, so of course we need to deliver. And anyone who wants to know more about our products, specifically, I have my colleague here in the audience as well, Idil Sarban. She can answer all the details on what products and when we can actually deliver.
Okay. And not only talking about the contracts that you have and the agreements with companies like BMW, I'm wondering, to speed it up, to what extent would quotas in the cars help you?
I think, I mean, it's good if we can get a common definition of what we mean by low carbon steel and also the level then near zero steel that we are aiming for in the future. I think then, I mean, that's a good initiative from the EU Commission, even though it's a voluntary label. If they get this right, I think it could be help, at least so you compare like for like. And I mean, we already see that we have managed to get a lot of agreements with customers, many in the automotive sector. So ideally, I mean, ideally we don't put a quota on our customers and force them to buy our products. Ideally, there is also a pull for their products. Ideally, you get like quotas. What if there's not a market for the automotive? So ideally, you put the pull mechanism at the consumer, closer to consumer. I mean, I know Samuel, you and I have discussed, for example, the greening corporate fleets. Could be a way of moving at least the demand even closer to the customer and making sure that also the automotive sector, there is a demand for their products when using carbonized steel.
See, thank you so much for already pointing towards Samuel, because I would imagine that the opinion that you and also you, Lars, hold on quotas would be a little bit different than from what is your opinion and your opinion.
Well, actually, not so much. So just for a word of context, ThyssenKrupp Steel, we are Germany's largest steel producer, European second largest, and we today produce around 9 million tons of steel per year. In our case, half of which is going to the automotive sector, so about a quarter directly to the OEMs, and the rest through their suppliers, which are also clients of ours. So in our case, of course, the automotive industry is very relevant. It always has been for product development, for developing materials that enable the cars of the future. So we very much hope that they can also be partners in decarbonizing the supply chain. And we hear that this is very much what they're trying to achieve. Now, of course, we start from the conventional technology, which is the blast furnace, and we embarked on a journey to transition away from that towards very similar technology that Stegra is implementing from scratch. But this is not a change which happens from one day to the other, right? And it also comes with huge investments. So what we have to ensure is that we have the certainty, just as Stegra, for instance, needed agreements with their customers, that there will be the demand, right, for the steel we will be producing, which initially will be more expensive than the conventional steel. So that there is always the question of the cost. So the question is how that is addressed, how that is passed on to the supply chain, because indeed, at the very end of the product, it's probably below 1%, that's what all the studies say. But at the material level, of course, the impact is much higher. So then the question is, how do you get that through the supply chain, and where do you put the right regulatory incentives to stimulate this demand?
What kind of regulatory incentives would you be looking for?
So in the context of the ELV, there is focus on having recycled content requirements to increase the uptake of recycled material in the steel. We already heard that, of course, we need to work on the enabling factors for that. So that's mostly working on what comes out at the end of the life cycle of the cars, of the shredding process. And there's been interesting developments on that in the negotiations in the council. That's very important. Then, of course, we have the discussion, should we have green steel quotas, yes or no, for the OEMs? I think you can argue both ways. What we think, in the end, we need a system that works for both the OEMs and for the steel suppliers. And there are some ideas out there as well. There could be, for instance, systems whereby you credit
certain amounts of green steel towards existing requirements that the OEMs have, like on the CO2 emission performance standards, for instance. So that could give them an incentive to use the steel, pay something for that, and in exchange get a benefit, a co-benefit for it. So I think there are a lot of options on the table now. The Commission is also looking at lead market initiatives. So
like less, for example?
So less, yeah, thank you for mentioning that. So for the audience, maybe less is the low emission steel standard, which has been developed in a stakeholder process in Germany now with the support of the federal government and end users, civil society as well, to actually define what we call green steel, because that's a very important discussion. And we agreed on the system, which is now being rolled out. We'll have the first certification wave coming this week, or tomorrow, or beginning of next week. Stegra also joined this system as a member. Of course, they have no steel to certify it yet, but they will do, I'm confident, as soon as the production goes up. But that really enables transparency, because there are agreed boundaries in terms of which emissions you take into account, how you report them, and then have a ranking in terms of how close you are towards meeting the what we call green steel in the end. And that will ensure the comparability and the end users to be able to compare what they get.
But when we were talking about regulatory stuff from the European Union, something that is still on the table is also the quota, which I know that TNE is very much in favor of. So I was wondering, maybe, you know, since some people on the panel are strongly against quotas, and you are, I mean, you said so on your slide that you are very much in favor of it, you now have the possibility to exchange these arguments.
Thank you. Well, first of all, I agree 100% with Samuel that we need a clear, a transparent, and ambitious green steel, European-wide green steel label. That's the first pillar, I would call it, of the green lead markets. So, because if we look at it, we look at the numbers, and we are not anywhere where we want. We are not reaching the climate targets in the heavy metals sector. The progress is really slow, yeah. So I'm thinking of really a key instrument that is kicking this off. And 25 years ago, we had in Germany the feed-in tariff. We had the Renewable Energy Act. And this kicked off an energy revolution in Germany. And I believe we need something similar for creating a green steel, a European green steel industry. And so I'm looking for something similar, like a feed-in tariff for green steel. And I think most of the experts that I've talked to, be it, I don't know, Wuppertal Institute, Boston Consulting, even the EPP, the Conservative in the European Parliament, they put out a steel action plan, and they want green lead markets. They're also talking about quotas for some private segments. So I believe we have a huge consensus among the experts that we need the green lead market. And just and this, for me, this entails, first of all, the clear label to bring transparency in the market. And second, we need the quotas.
Go ahead.
Because the automotive industry, like we saw on these slides, they are one of the biggest buyers of steel in Europe and in Germany. And we did a lot on the supply side now. We poured 7 billion euros in Germany in building these new DRI plants. What is missing now is clear incentives for the demand. And this is why we suggest to have a 40% green steel quota by 2030 for European cars.
But BMW is not consenting, but being afraid that your beloved BMW is being choked.
Well, green steel is just a means to an end. It is not the target. It's about decarbonizing. It's not about guaranteeing prices and volume to anybody. To be very clear about that. If you look at the vehicles we have on this show in A1, that car started with 20 tons of CO2 in its supply phase. We brought it down to 13. Show me a similar car with a lower footprint. This is where I accept being compared, not with commitments, not with declarations, not with political statements. We accept being measured by performance. This is why I'm objecting to quotas. We will need a much bigger contribution to decarbonizing the end product from steel. And there are several things that need to happen. We need to change and gradually decarbonize the basic processes, from the processing of iron ore in the early phases via what you are doing. And very clearly, the ton of CO2 that I can save from replacing coal by gas is one contribution, and the ultimate thing is what you are doing. But we need all these steps in between. And very clearly, if you say, okay, I have a threshold, what separates green from not green? Let's take any number, let's take 10. Why should the difference between 10.5 and 9.5 be the difference between complying with the quota, whereas the difference from, let's say, 15 to 13 does not matter? This is about having total transparency on the carbon footprint so that I can really say, what do I get? And the second point, we need much better recycling. Today in Europe, we are underperforming. The scrap rate in our US supply for steel, sorry Brussels, is way better in the United States, and our steel in the US is greener than the one in Europe, not because companies are doing wrong things in Europe, but because you have a long history in the United States between scrapping and steel industry. They have much more efficient processes. They have larger scale operators in the recycling business. This is what we need to address.
I would like to come back to the point of transparency. The way I understand your ranking, BMW is lagging behind because of a lack of transparency.
Because we don't make separate statements on green steel purchases. Sorry, this is just a question of, do you comply with a political instrumental proposal? This, sorry, has no impact on anything. We have a reasonable assurance certified Scope 3 upstream account for our company. Show me others who have it. We have life cycle assessments for each new BMW product, which are totally transparent on the web, including the recycled material rate, not differentiating between materials. Show me somebody else who has that.
Volvo.
So this is the difference whether you go for impact or whether you go look for politics.
Do you want to jump in there on the transparency issue?
Yes. Well, first of all, I think we don't want to, have BMW as a punching bag here.
No, not at all. But in terms of transparency, I've looked at all your reports, and it's very transparent, the life cycle analysis, but I wonder, why are you not actually publishing and disclosing steel-related emissions, for example, like Volvo does, or steel-related emissions per vehicle or per different model? Volvo is very transparent. Why are you not doing this? And also, I would like to know, for the new Neue Klasse, for example, you have these targets. You want to reach 50% secondary materials. A couple of years you said 30% or 50% recycled content for steel. Now you are backing off and say, okay, you are measuring all materials. So I understand this overall approach. But in terms of steel, I'm really missing concrete numbers, concrete commitments, and more transparency.
Because we have learned the hard way that as you move forward, things turn out not to deliver to the extent that you thought. And then you have to recalibrate. So today, we have a strong focus with a view to recycled content on battery cell material. So this is the biggest contribution to our decarbonization of our vehicles here is at the moment via the cell. Then comes aluminium. We got better bang for the buck from aluminium than from steel. And this is why, and this keeps changing. You have a permanent competition, also even within the lifetime of one car, between 4 materials, aluminum, steel, plastic, cell material, and 2 pathways, energy generation and recycling. So you have 8 options. And I can tell you, because I do this since a few years, you permanently have changes between the relative performance of these 8 options. So this is why we will not bind our hands by separate commitments on separate measures who will keep oscillating.
But I would like to come back to steel, which is the topic of the panel. Oh, yeah?
Yeah, but linking to this, but I let the discussion finalize before interrupting. So were you? No, but I think, I mean, what I'm saying is on as I see, for example, the less label, it's not going to be one threshold. It's not going to be if it's above 10, it's not green, and it's below 10, it's green. You will have the different. You will have the intermediate sort of the natural gas fires. The DRI-based steel production. You will have the hydrogen-based. And you will have in between also there. So there will, I think you will have different definitions, and you can really disclose how far you've come in the decarbonization pathway. And of course, every step will count in that process. So I think we will have, it will be a definition that is sort of, you can define how far you come in the decarbonization. And embedded carbon, I mean, the figure you're focusing on will be there as well as the amount of recycled material. I mean, you will have the basic information you need to take forward to the next, to your customers as well. But I think, I mean, in all this, to incentivize decarbonization, I think for us the most important part is really putting a cost on the emissions, both from, of course, the production we have in Europe, but also in imports. So then I think that's what really made our case as well, is that there is a system in Europe where you have a price on carbon. I think that could never, I mean, pull mechanisms, creating demand can never replace that. So for us, it's really crucial that we don't think that these lead markets, we can just go with them and we can take away the carbon pricing parts. We really need that as well. I think that is really crucial. That's our number one going forward.
But I guess then what I would like to do now is like widen the scope a little bit. So far we've just been talking about Germany and Europe, but what about the rest of the world? Like in your ranking, for example, automakers from Asia, for example, are lagging way behind. So, and I'm wondering, as a question to the both of you, where do you see Asia in regards to green steel? Is it more like right now it's lagging behind just because among the blind, the one-eyed is already king? Or should we really be kind of like afraid, or should we hope for OEMs like from China that they will lead in the green steel race?
I think that picture will change extremely quickly. We already see some signs today, and rest reassured, there are some very innovative steel plants being built in Asia as well, including for green steel. Can you name
some examples, maybe, so for the audience?
Well, you know, I mean, there are companies, Bao Steel, for instance, are investing already. I think they are the most advanced, with I think 1.5 million ton DRI green hydrogen-based plant that will come on to the market, I think, anytime. And where we had an agreement just now signed with an Italian customer who's buying small amounts, but from a pilot plant. So the volumes will come, they will come quick. So the question, I think, is also not just looking at the green side of the equation, but also at the local side of the equation. Because, of course, what we need to make sure, I think, to ensure that there is a future for the European automotive industry as well, is to make sure that the cars we are providing to the European market are also to a large extent supplied by local suppliers. This doesn't mean that they have to be European OEMs necessarily. It means that if Asian OEMs want to come to Europe, they have to abide by the rule and source their materials and their products locally. Because the danger we see clearly is that if we are now in Europe the only market which is demanding green steel, but we don't also have a requirement for at least part of the steel to be of European origin, then we will be the only market dragging all the green steel to Europe, which will be produced by companies like Baosteel, who will of course be producing their green steel, which will be 1% of their production, and will be able to finance it with the remaining 99% of their conventional production, for which they don't pay carbon costs and which they can ship to Europe. So for me, that cannot be the solution. So that's why we say, in addition to the green requirements, we need to make sure, and I think there is a lot of movement in this, especially on the OEM supplier side, to make sure that we also have some local content criteria for the cars that go on the European market.
And I guess basically you're saying that Volvo, which is now leading the ranking, is not creating a lasting first mover advantage. And probably Lars will have to change the ranking in a couple of years.
Let's see, but I think it will move fast. Where there's will, there's a way, and we have seen some tremendous progress. So I think the old idea that everything coming from China is dirty is very outdated. We are already seeing progress, and it's moving very fast. Yes. So we should forget the idea that we're the only ones doing sustainability and we do it right. Things are moving fast, so we need to find ways in which we do this transition while securing the local manufacturing. And that's very key, because in the end, if there's no demand for our steel because the cars are being imported, then we don't have demand for our steel produced in Europe, and we don't have the automotive supply chain in Europe. So, and that we need to keep.
Yeah.
One addition. I mean, we have worldwide targets. But the targets we allocate to, for example, a 3 Series are the same for a car made in China as in the US, as in Germany. But the mix of measures we apply for these vehicles are different, because we have different states in the industry, we have different price ratios, we have different qualities of steel, for example, we have different supplies of green energy. So it's also between the regions that we have to optimize our business. But I totally agree, we have massive dynamism in the energy-intense industry in China, not just steel, but also all the others. A lot is happening. And also in the US, you have to acknowledge that, namely with the IRA, a lot has been happening and being invested into decarbonizing energy-intense industries. So I can only say the European self-perception, per se, we are the greenest and the finest. One should better forget that.
Samuel was talking about the future, and as we are kind of like coming to a close, I would like I know we are here at the IAA, which is like a business environment, but let me make a little, let me try something different here. Usually in such a business context, you're not talking about fairy tales, right? But I would like us for a minute to imagine that we do have a fairy coming here to us. But since it's a business environment, the fairy is only granting us 1 wish, not 3 wishes. So the question to each of you would be, if the magic fairy comes along here at IAA and you have 1 wish to make green steel a success, what would this 1 wish be? Starting with you.
My wish would be fair conditions on the market for all players.
Mm-hmm. That's a very concrete, very short wish. I think the fairy can work with that.
Only if that is provided, we can move ahead on the green steel. If we are being overflooded by the excess capacity in the steel sector, I'm talking, on the European market, then even if we invest a lot of money in the sector, we will be underpriced if we don't have the fair conditions on the European market. So I think that's really the precondition for the transition to work.
And Ola?
Yeah, I mean, now we can do another wish that Samuel didn't do. So I would then stick to what I said earlier. I mean, for us that we have a firm and fair carbon pricing on the European market, and ideally, and that is then also, I mean, for importers, of course, and that the region where we have carbon pricing will grow over time as well. So there are clear incentives for this transition.
And fairness seems to move on, maybe also to you, Thomas?
What I think what we need in Europe is a much better performing high-tech vehicle recycling industry that makes sure that what you get out of that is automotive grade. Why should you get an old car if you are unable to get something out of it that is better than for the steel, for the construction industry or comparable downcycling purposes? We need to upcycle, we need to have a higher standard, a higher performing, high-tech industry in recycling.
And last but not least, the ferry is also dropping by at your place, Lars, and you can make your wish.
I think, first of all, the ferry is in 2 years coming to the IAA with a nice EV convertible made of 100% green steel. And in 2 years, there's going to be a huge new pavilion here at the IAA, only showcasing circularity, green steel of cars. And we're going to see, because the European Commission introduced, first of all, a clear European label for green steel and lead markets. And we'll have a great showcase of German OEMs, nice cars made of green steel.
So your ferry's first name is Ursula, or?
Well, let me thank our panelists for all their knowledge and their insights, and you, the audience, for being part of the conversation. I guess the race for green steel will continue, and I'm sure we'll meet again sometime soon, and then we can check again who is leading the race. To you guys, have a great evening here in Munich, and enjoy the rest of the IAA Mobility. Thank you.
Thank you.
Vielen Dank.
I mean, you already mentioned it somehow. It's